Welcome, everybody. It is time for our stream. Welcome to Elsparia, Trails to the Past. My name is Starwind. I am the DM. And welcome to ChaoticCalling. Here we have some wonderful adventurers who are exploring the lands of Elsparia. Currently, they are stationed in Shandora. But just a reminder, we have a chair. Nope. I'm rereading old notes and I shouldn't even be reading that. But anyway, joining us tonight, we have Kronk.
Good evening.
We have Arthur, who is leaving me hanging, or did he mute?
Hello, everybody.
There he is. We have Jack.
Evening, everyone.
And then we have Vol.
Salutations.
I believe our Christopher will hopefully join us a little later. Haven't heard from him, but I assume there's something going on. I'm sure he'll fix it as soon as he's able, but if not, the show must go on, my friends. The show must go on. So, last session, I guess I'll read all this. Let's see here. A meeting was set up and everyone, quite literally everyone, was invited. Even Amara came back to share her antics in a serious situation that was surrounding Jack. Jack finally confronted the doctor who he assumes was responsible for the rumor mill and capturing him and his now friends from after the experience. A game of cat and mouse and wordplay pursued to take over the scene most of the night. Professor Smitherspawn was in attendance there to give his credentials of the good doctor. Meanwhile, everyone was trying to enjoy the party as Evelyn and Elverina were also invited. Pyra and Leon joined as well. In an attempt to have questions answered truthfully, Jack demands Pyra to cast Zone of Truth on the group. So, she does the one thing that everybody does, She comes on over there not knowing the spell. She failed to mention that for some reason, but she asks Jack, do you resist? And he said no, and then all of a sudden, Jack's a bunny rabbit for a while. Leon offers his skills as Detect Thoughts was cast on the bunny, and through this, he conveyed all of the pieces of his thoughts into words for him, kind of like being the mouth in between. Maybe that's the filter Jack needs, right? Put him in rabbit form, have him talk through Leon. Leon translates for him. That way it doesn't get misconveyed, right? Is that how that should work? Either way, eventually, Zone of Truth and Polymorph removed, finally Jack was able to ask his questions. Leon shared some information in private, though, about words he received from Scarlet to the doctor in question. The evening ends in a stalemate between the two, and perhaps an allied truce for now? Is there any other important parts about that scene that I might be overlooking that you think is more important?
Don't forget the cake. Don't forget the cake!
There was a lot of cake, a lot of cheesecake for sure.
Kid learning about bees.
What's that?
Kid learning about birds and bees.
Oh yeah, birds and Amara, my poor child. You Amara learns what an orgy is. Congratulations. And Pyra was not shy to teach her, and Leon's like, why me? But at any rate, as the night kind of like ends in a stalemate of sorts and some understanding back and forth and trying to offer a truce and a willing to help each other, Professor Smitherspawn excuses himself from the table and soon quickly leaves the establishment as he seems to have an urgent message. Shishay and Fizzer quickly give chase to make sure he's okay. As the meeting wrapped up, Fizzer returns to inform everyone, hey, the airship's been stolen, isn't that great? And that's kind of like where we left off last week, right?
Yeah, correct.
Alright, so, I put us in the tavern, but we can go back to Mitos real quick and kind of like look at the scenario. Let's see here. So, yeah, you guys hear that notion. What's everybody's reaction to the news as Fizzer returns to tell you all about it?
Jack, I'm gonna just almost blurt out, damn, I was gonna steal it first. And try to keep to myself while I enjoy the cake I received from the seamstress, whose name keeps escaping me.
Evelyn.
Evelyn, right?
Yeah. Most of these women in Shandor seem to have elf in their first name for some reason. I don't know why. Probably because they're elves. Old me.
Full?
Old me had
Probably. Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say, old me had a naming convention problem in the day, guys. I think I got over it though. All right, continue.
No, I was just gonna say like Vol would have, hearing that would try to help the professor out in some way because, well, she would check how possible she could help him out because, like, if she walks up to the Smithersmoth and all of a sudden the airship just flies off, what's the chances of it catching it?
Oh, 0 to none, because Smithersmon 1 is not anywhere to be found. It's just Fizzer who came back to say that.
Right.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
then with that reality, I kind of would just be like, we're probably going to be busy tomorrow, aren't we? To like Leon and Shella.
Leon looks off to the right and says, I'm already busy. I don't know what you guys got planned, but I seem to be having my hands full now that Pirates decided to adopt a little girl.
She's my little girl. Anyway,
You're...
Oh.
So, yeah, Leon's like, you can have her back whenever you're ready. I mean, seriously. I know we're not ready for kids yet.
Well, I'm gonna be busy with pirates, so if you could babysit for a little bit, I'd appreciate it.
What? Wait a minute. You think you're taking my wife where?
What?
Wait, no. What did you say?
You take care of Amara,
Oh,
babysit,
okay. Right.
and
right.
because we got. Oh, actually, what do you say? It's the accent. I know.
Oh,
We got
did I...
pirates to take care of.
Oh, okay. Now that makes a lot more sense. I thought you were talking about my wife there for a minute. I was like, I don't know, man.
Yeah,
But
no, even I wouldn't risk that.
Fair enough. I'm a man of danger. I definitely take that gamble every day. Anyway, I will take my leave of you guys and wish you luck in your endeavor.
Vol will get out of her chair and just slowly walk up to near Jack. Go like, oh, excuse me, lady. Just walks by. In her
Yeah,
dress,
'cause-
kind of go like... Then, let me ask you this, Jack. You keep telling us how smart your bandit people are. Do you think they're smart enough that they might have taken the airship?
Well, I'm sure Brutus would have been smart enough to figure out how it works. But Smithersmon, I can guarantee you he has some sort of manual lying around. They probably went to his place, figured out how it works. So either they looked at the manual, stole it, or, just Brutus was just smart enough to figure it out on his own. Either way, it's bad.
Then how about this? Let's go help Smithersmouth out for a little bit. I already paid off them, to have a nice party. But it might give you some brownie points to your old mentor.
I suppose we should check on to make sure that stuff wasn't stolen. Because, frankly, if they took more than the airship, well, let's hope they didn't take the recipe. The Blood Bloom recipe that I gave to the Smithersmon.
I love how you tell my subconscious about this now.
Then, damn, I hate to ruin this dress. Let's head to the inn quick so I can switch out and then we'll head straight there.
I mean, it's not like we can catch up to the airship anyway. We know where Tazarath is. Not like we need a rush to get it.
Poke Storian in the head.
If
Make
you
sure to
could see
inform
him.
your boss.
Oh wait, he's on top of your head, right?
He was on my head.
Yeah, that's right. Huh? What? He like picks out. I'm gonna gross you out here for a minute. So spoiler alert. He's like picking his ear, but you can't see it, right? You want me to what? Hold on, I gotta clean this ear out. What? I didn't quite catch that.
Let your boss know that we're heading back to the inn and then heading to Smithersmoth, so that they could come follow us instead of just, being, waiting here.
Nah, yeah. Hey, boss. Yeah. Oh, okay. Okay, he said Okay. And I guess in some
All right.
way, Kronk, Christopher informs you of this information. Gonna third person him, so don't expect me to do any voice acting.
Oh, no worries. That's kind of why I threw it there. So it's like, Kronk knows where we can go now.
Yeah, yeah. So, Kronk, you're also informed that they're gonna head to the inn and then go to Smithersmons. So you and Christopher can proceed wherever you wish to go.
As the Kronk walks,
Mm-hmm.
that's the whole joke.
Oh, that's the whole joke.
Okay.
Okay. I thought there was more descriptor, like the
That's
actual
Kind
location
of like
you were
how
gonna
the
go.
crow flies. It's like how the crow flies, but with Kronk.
Yeah. Yeah. As the Kronk walks. Okay. And are you going to the tavern first, or are you just gonna go over to Smithersmons?
Oh, he's gonna try to meet up with him at the end.
All right, fair enough.
I'll pick us some cake on the way so that we have a doggy bag.
Evelyn
I'm
kind of
going.
says, "Yeah." Evelyn says to Jack, "Are you leaving?"
Unfortunately, I'm gonna check on Smithersmon and see if we can't track down his stolen airship.
All right then. Take care of yourself and your friends.
I will. You
No.
you enjoy your night, and I'm gonna take Evelyn's hand and kiss the back of it.
Elvarina off to the side rolls her eyes like, I can't believe this guy. But she kind of like smirks a bit and blushes back a little bit, just kind of like taken aback by this gentleman. And Elvarina's just like disgusted by it, but she doesn't say anything. You can clearly see her disgust though. But Evelyn just kind of like smiles brightly at you and kind of like blushes a bit. And then you're allowed to leave.
And as I start heading to the door, but before I head out, I'm gonna turn, look to Lord Mian, and just yell out, "Sorry about the trouble here, but I think we should talk later. We might need your help."
He just kind of like waves you away, and but then again, you know ways to reach him. If you recall,
Yep.
Shishay might have connections.
I could set fire to the cafe. That'll.
Yeah, you could, but I don't think you'll get very far. I mean, your attention gathering skills are very unique. I will give you that.
Fire to the cafe is Plan D.
I would hope. I would hope. I would hope there's at least 3 other plans that overrule that specific one. But as you guys proceed to make your way out of the tavern, I guess the only one left is Arthur. Is Arthur following them in any way, shape, or form?
Arthur will be following, yes.
Still in your
Just
disguised
following.
form, right?
Yep.
All right. And then I'll move us back to the random tavern if you don't mind. So you make it back to the tavern, change back into some clothes. We'll put Smithersmon out of the tavern for now. What do you guys want to do as you all kind of like regroup here?
Alright, I finished up. Ready whenever you guys are.
Well, we can run or we can fly. Anyone have objections?
Do you even
I
know
don't
where we're
like
going?
flying, so I object that.
Do you even know where we're going? I thought we're just going to Smithersmon's. Coming from
We have a
Shella.
we're going to Smithersmon's.
Well,
can
I
take the
guess
cart
we
if wanna
walk,
get there
right?
fast. How about we take the cart? We can get there faster, and if we need to grab anything while we're there, we can throw it in the cart.
I'll make sure to feed up Red Rockin' Riding Racer.
I'm never gonna remember that. I'm just gonna call him Red.
Then how about you just pay attention to Sally?
Sure. I'll pay attention to Sally.
Alright, so the intention now is everybody's going to the stables. Does Arthur reveal that he's actually this other person? Because Shella's like, who's this lady that keeps following us?
Sorry, ma'am. if you're trying to get a ride, I can't let you join. We're kind of heading somewhere else to make sure everything's covered.
Wait, what? God damn it, again. Okay, this is gonna need to be explained horrifically, but
I wish you could explain it, but we really don't have time. Kind of like Paul just being like, try to like be, you know, courteous of being like helping out Smith. Well, Smith or Smoth.
she is just going to pull out a rapier that looks extremely similar to Arthur's.
Be
And just
careful,
give the
she's
patent
armed and
look of-
dangerous.
Pulls out her rapier.
Is there anybody around by chance?
Everybody that's important, yeah. Kronk's there, Christopher's there, and Jack's there, and then all of a sudden we're having a Mexican standoff with rapiers.
I meant no other witnesses.
There's some barmaids wandering around, and then they just kind of like do a complete 180 as soon as they see this action happening, and there's 3, villagers that are kind of like hanging out over in this area. Yeah, like all the people in the tavern are in the tavern. And Paulina's just kind of like got her elbow on the bar and her face, her chin just resting on her hand, just waiting to see what happens.
Well, please follow me. Just kind of gonna try to move to where nobody can see them.
Do I know that lady?
We don't have time. We're supposed to be going already.
Oh my god, just do your introductions. I'm gonna get in the cart. Shallow, let's go.
Okay, I'm
Progress,
with you,
bro.
Jack.
Alright. I'll just do that. Kind of like, go like, strange for Jack to say introductions, walks over to where Arthur went.
And
So
he's
what
just
did-
gonna flat out change back into Arthur
Where at?
with
I need to know where. You know why.
kind of like backing over in here.
All right.
Would be walking outside. Side. Doo-doo.
Oh, you're one of those magic types.
Yeah, this is gonna need a lot more explaining. But
I
right
mean,
now,
it's
no time.
pretty self-explanatory when I look at it.
Meanwhile, Paulina's taking notes.
Sorry about that, Arthur. Then you heard everything we were saying, right?
Yep, everything. And yes, we should probably get going.
Right. Sorry, pulling rapier at you. I just thought you were trying to mug us.
You're just going to nod and hop in the wagon.
All right. So
She'll
everybody,
jump on the front.
yeah, everybody gets in the wagon. And yeah, you make your way to Professor. The gate to the manor is wide open. There is definitely that vacant spot where the airship was once chained to the ground. You can see what looks like broken chain links at the base where like pythons of, giant pythons were carved into the earth to kind of like hold the airship in place. You can see like the chains that used to wrap around it are no longer present or broken off, like somebody came over with bow cutters and just chopped them off or something. So you can definitely see like debris like that as soon as you walk into the yard. A lot of the construction materials, like he had scaffolding that would go up so that he could work on the airship's exterior. All of that is like sprung all over the yard. There's even parts of it that are scattered out into the street. So whoever pulled away, they didn't even take into any consideration to destroying whatever little things were surrounding the airship at the time. And you can see the door to the manor is wide open as well.
I'm gonna head on inside. If I don't know if y'all want to follow me or stay out here and investigate. Let's hope.
I'll keep an eye out here since I can have my little bat friend help me look around. You go check with the professor.
If he's here. All right. I'm gonna start heading inside.
Give me a perception check as you walk in.
Okay.
you hear off to the side, there's a doorway that leads down to a basement cellar-like laboratory that he has. You can hear ruffling of paper, metal containers banging up against the walls. Just all kinds of noises going on, like somebody's frantically looking for something.
All right, gonna pull out the wands and my little turret. Has it been an hour since I first summoned it up?
Yeah, I would say it's been about an hour.
Okay, so it'll be gone. Yeah, and I'll go in down and be at the ready in case it's not Smither.
Right. So you make your descent. Do you wish to stealth, or you just want to go down?
I'm gonna stealth.
All right, go for it.
Clock will be in.
Kronk will be right behind him. Is that what I heard?
Well, not like right behind. But...
Oh, okay. So not enough to be detected, basically. You're at the top of the stairs just waiting.
Yep.
All right, sounds good. And anybody else coming in, you can definitely say where you are. Otherwise, I'll assume you're outside with Shella and Vol. All right, so give me that stealth check, Jack.
Nat 20.
You hear the familiar voice of Smithersmog going, "Where is it? Where is it? I know it's in here somewhere. Oh, don't tell me they took that too." And he kind of like pulls over metallic filing cabinets of sorts, like little small folders that were in like metal cases, and he's looking through and just kind of like shuffling around, looking at containers and opening up small coffers and just, "Oh, it's not here. It's not here. It's gone too. Where am I going to get more of that?" So yeah, he's the only one wandering around down here.
Professor.
Ah!
Yeah.
He pulls out a wand in your direction. It's like, "Oh, it's just you, Jack. I'm sorry you caught me unawares. Oh, okay. Good. So, I guess you've already heard the news, haven't you?
Yeah.
Kind of hard to miss.
Yeah, well, you ran off. Cobalt said the airship was taken. The rest of the group is outside. Or inside.
Well, it doesn't look like that's the only thing that's taken. If I'm going to get any more floater stone, there's no way I can even restart this project unless I find more.
What else did they take besides the airship and the floater stones?
Think that's about it. Everything else seems to be here. All the documents, all the paperwork, all the signs and schematics. I can definitely rebuild it. It's not a problem. I can just need the materials, and I don't know if I can do that again.
Did you make a manual to know how to fly the thing? Like directions?
No, I haven't had time to purposely put together a manual of sorts. Besides, everybody learns in a different way, and so it's kind of hard to put it into paper just yet.
Okay. A little off topic, but that recipe in that vial I gave you when I first showed up, is that still here?
Oh, no, that's on my personage. I haven't had a chance to look at it, so I just folded it up and put it in my pocket, and I had it with me this whole time. Boy, good thing a fight didn't happen, huh?
I just want to double check to make sure it's still with you.
He pulls out the file, pulls out the papers. See, I got him right here.
All right, so that's one less worry to worry about.
Mm-hmm.
Because if Leon was not being hypothetical about what the perfected recipe could do, best that they don't have that as well.
Oh, yes, that's very good, very good. Well, I guess I'm done searching down here. I've already assumed they've taken the last of the floater stone, making my job even that much more harder to find them. So now I have no way to connect to them. I have no way of finding my property. I have no idea how I'm going to do this. Kind of like starts walking up the stairs.
Professor, I'm going to follow after him. You know it's
Yeah.
likely Tazareth, right? Like, if rumors to be true, Brutus joined them. It's my guess that Brutus stole the airship. Because if there's no manual or nothing, unless someone who you worked with on it stole it, he's got the kind of mind to figure out how to work it.
He reaches the zenith of the stairs where Kronk is and says, "Oh, hi, turtle friend. It's nice to see you again."
How are you tonight?
I was much better an hour ago. had cake, had a good conversation, and then I found out the airship's gone. Is that a...
That doesn't sound too good.
No, it doesn't indeed. Is that a letter on my table? I kind of missed it. Jumps up on a chair and... Huh.
Is that not a letter you wrote?
Oh, no, I didn't write this. This is, very familiar handwriting, though. I will say that much. Pulls open the envelope and starts reading. He just reads to himself unless somebody says otherwise.
Professor, who was it written by and what does it say?
It says, Professor Smithersmon. Hey, that's me. I have your precious. Also your airship. Wait, my precious? Looks around. Oh, no, not him too. If you want to get at least one of these back in pristine condition... Huh. He forgot to write the rest of the letter.
Can I take a look at that, Professor?
He hands it to you.
I'm
And
gonna
it's-
just...
Go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna say, I'm gonna inspect it to see if it was left on purpose like that, or if it trailed off like the person was in a hurry.
Go ahead and make an investigation on that. Alright, what do we get? We got an amazing 20 for the investigation. You look at, like, he stopped at the word, and then down at the very bottom, you see sign, Professor Elsophagus, but he didn't catch that part.
Professor Elsophagus.
What? Where's that bastard at?
I don't know, he left it. Who is this person?
Wait a minute. He, like, looks at the letter again. That absent-minded buffoon, how in the hell does he write a letter and state your intentions, but you don't put in the details to get the other half of the letter completed? Professor Elsophagus is a loxodon of sorts who was working in the same research department that I was before I became more of a professor in my own field of study, and now he has my airship.
Did he know about the airship before you were working on it? During?
Probably. Yeah, most definitely. I would say he had to have at this point. I was making leaps and bounds. I was about to make a whole bunch of money just creating these ships just so we could do stations of, transportation back and forth to other places in faster speed.
Yeah.
Would
yeah,
definitely
and,
help out the logistics of our nation.
Smithersmon,
Mm-hmm.
focus.
I am
Focus.
focused.
Okay. Is there any chance this Elsophagus could have worked with Tazarath?
Well, if he would have finished his letter, we might find out, but he didn't really finish it off, did he?
Okay, it's not. What's this precious he spoke of? Is this like a pet? Or is that
Well,
like your little steel defender?
Yes, my steel defender seems to be missing at the moment. I told him to protect the airship. Apparently, he didn't do a good job.
Yeah, you know what's kind of funny in a weird, stupid kind of way. I was planning on stealing the airship partly just to show you, 'cause
What?
you boast about security, the guards, and your little defender, how easy it would have been to steal it. Of course, I would
And
have
your
returned
point
it
would be,
to show that you're probably prepared for like normal bandits or thieves, and not people smart enough to figure out how to fly an airship.
Still, it's not right to steal from your own professor. You should know better, Jack.
It was going to be to prove a point, but hey, that
You
point's
don't
been
need to prove a
proven
point to me.
because, well, Professor Elsophagus proved that point for us.
Yes, that
Unfortunately for
son
you,
of a
he's not
bitch.
returning it.
He liked playing tricks, so maybe there's something missing here. I mean, The other half of the paragraph will definitely. I'll need some time to investigate. I mean, you can.
Would
You guys could be at the doorway. I don't care where you are.
I have an idea. We may not be able to figure out where he went to unless he went back to where he came from. Now, off chance I might not get something that can get it sent, but if you're willing to work with it, let's see if it works.
What? What do you have in mind, Jack?
Coach, let me show you, Coach. I'm gonna reach into the bag and toss it and throw it in an open space where there's enough room.
Right.
Just
right.
don't hurt him.
Just hope it's
I
not
don't
a
know what
giant
form he's
ape.
gonna take. That is. Oh, I should actually put that up. It's a
Yeah, you bring that up.
10 bag
I'm
of
just
tricks.
kind of like
Yeah.
I'm looking to see what bag of tricks the professor has anyway.
It was 10, so that would be a giant weasel.
Oh god, the professor has a bag of tricks as well?
No. No, the professor has spells that I was checking on, not an actual bag of tricks. I know you think that would be cute, but no, that's not what's happening here. And he looks at you with disdain. It's like, I'm sorry, Jack. I failed to understand what this weasel has anything to do with what we're trying to do right now.
Well, I was hoping that I would get an animal that knows how to track scents. Because if this professor was here, and if he wrote on this letter, he could probably track the scent. That's not me or you. Coach. Oh, I can throw more than one? Okay, I thought it was just...
Nope, you could throw up to 3 every day.
So it will just replace the giant weasel, right?
No, it
Nope.
stays.
You get the giant
Oh.
weasel and the creature. You
Oh,
summon
I didn't know
next.
that. I
So you
didn't
can
know
get
that.
multiple coaches.
All right, let's. I'll row again to see what else I get.
I see a
What
wild
should
mega
also
has
be
appeared.
a 1? Watch me get another 6. That's a 2. That would be an ape.
Oh, brother.
Also, a giant weasel's not bad. They have keen hearing and smell.
There you go, Jack. You can see what the giant weasel's about now.
Yay. There's also just a regular ape.
Working on it. Jack, why are you inviting half of the animal kingdom into my kitchen?
Well, I was trying to see if one of them could get the professor's scent, and we could try to track it. But I don't refer to 2 coaches. All right, coach who can smell real good. Smell the letter and see what you can do.
They try to inhale, but all of a sudden they seem to be going crazy as soon as they do.
Coach, relax, calm down. Calm down.
It's like whatever they're smelling is driving them crazy.
Okay. Professor, keep away from him for a second. I'm gonna try to put my hands on them to try to gently calm them down.
Why does Arthur have access to an ape?
You
'Cause I
turn
was
him
flying off
into
into
one.
one.
Oh, okay. Well, I'll take that away from you for now. That's interesting. All right. There we go, Jack. You now know what a ape does. Hello, Mega. Did you make it?
Shh. Waiting
Just
for
want to make.
God.
Just wait and make sure your mic works.
Let me put
All right. Anyway, so now what's Jack? As you have 2 coaches in the floor, and Professor Smittersmon's still baffled by what you're trying to do, but we try to let them sniff the letter in question, and then all of a sudden they just start going crazy. Like the weasel starts running in circles, starts chasing its tail, unsure of anything around it. The ape starts pounding on his chest as the compacting coach is just going around in circles, trying to just kind of like add more chaos to the current room. Shella kind of like looks from the outside. It's like, I wonder what's going on in there. There's a lot of noise. You think they're okay?
I'm thinking they're just, excited to be running around in a place they're not familiar with. Then again, I don't know really animals too much.
What does the weasel make? Squeak, squeak, squeak. I don't know.
I'm going to go check on them real quick.
Oh, okay.
You do
okay.
that. I'm gonna go check the chains and whatnot to see if there's any indication of what direction.
Mhm.
I'm gonna look at the two animals. I'm just gonna yell, "Coach and Coach, knock it off now, or I'm gonna bring Odie in, and you know how she'll punish you."
The ape puts its hands over the eyes. The weasel bows down and puts its hands over its head.
All right. Good start. Get outside and get some fresh air, and just sit out there.
Arthur, as you're
Both.
walking in, these two animals start walking out.
That's strange, definitely. The secondary notes. Do you mind if I take a quick look at that letter? Just had a bit of thoughts.
No, sure.
Go
Here, take
ahead.
a look.
It's going to take it and just as a thought, equip the Eyes of the Eagle for the one feature where you, the basically the clear sight thing. I will pull it up here in a second. Looking to see if there's any there's maybe called hidden ink or invisible
Mhm.
ink.
Mm-hmm.
So perception.
Yep.
Okay, at advantage or maybe flat.
You definitely make out chemical markings. Like there's definitely something covering over. So your assumption that there might be something invisible written here is probably on the right notion. But knowing about it and actually seeing it are two different things at this point. So you
Quick
know it's
history
there.
check.
For what? Like what are you?
I
What
was
is your intent?
like to figure out how to reveal it.
Yeah, go for it. I don't know. Some people used to like rub lemon juice on there to kind of like make it reveal itself. Perhaps something acidic that's not very potent to eat away at the paper might bring it to life. But yeah, and there might be ideals that maybe set heat to it. But then again, it is a paper. So those are like the two ideals that come to mind at this point.
Professor, do you have a lemon by chance?
No, I don't. Why would I need lemons? I have oranges. There's this nice new vendor up the hill. He sells fruit by the, he's just a really good fruit salesman. So you got a bunch of oranges from him. Very nice, half orc.
Nope, not gonna make the joke.
So,
Can I see
Arthur, why on
or-
earth are you asking for such a thing?
Yeah, you'll see. Can I get an orange real quick?
All right, very well. Here you go. And he'll go into the cupboard, bring back an orange, hand it off. And he just kind of haphazardly says to you, I don't think that's going to work, though. Knowing this guy, I'm pretty sure he's got something a little bit more sophisticated. But, hey, knock yourself out.
Always worth a shot. He's going to take the spring-load shiv, pierce the orange a bit, and just try to take the
Ting.
juices and try to rub it on apart.
All right. Give me... just give me a general dexterity check.
Okay.
You spread these juices evenly across the empty spaces. There seems to be like pieces of the ink that comes up, but there's never enough for it to reveal anything other than an outline of maybe a letter or two, and that's it.
Okay, plan B. Tinderbox. Yes.
Oh, Arthur, please don't do that. Hand me that, please.
Wait, is that invisible ink?
Potentially, and he's just gonna hand it off to Christopher at this point.
All right.
It's, I'm assuming that Christopher figured out what he's trying to do based on what he was about to do. And instead, Christopher is going to use prestidigitation to heat up the paper.
Roll me an Arcana.
And by heat up, I mean not the lighting feature, but the warming feature,
I
like you
understand.
would for soup.
Oh, I totally understand. This is just me comparing how well you're able to manipulate the chemical reaction of how he did this.
Why did I do a thing before having the character sheet open?
Because you're awesome, and we love you for it.
Amen.
I could cast Fireball if you need it. Hold on. No, Shella, that's okay. All right, yeah. With that, you're able to reveal a little bit more of the lettering. It seems like the chemical reaction used in here has some complications to it, though. It's like he used multiple methods to kind of like put this to work. But you read further, and in case you missed the first half, it says, Professor Smitherspawn, I have your precious, also your airship. If you want to get at least one of these back in pristine condition, you'll need to bring me 100 million gold in a secured coffer to this location map below. However, the map below does not reveal itself.
Oh, I suppose it's what could be expected. It appears that this is a ransom note, but I understand the airship, but what is this precious?
Oh, he's probably talking about my old construct, Orthy. My steel defender, who was supposed to be protecting the airship, apparently he was not able to successfully do his job properly, so unfortunate event.
Does it say where to go?
Well, it appears that we haven't quite solved all of it, as in like gesturing toward. I'm assuming like there's still like an empty space around it.
Oh yeah.
It appears that part of this is supposed to reveal a location, but the methodologies we've used thus far haven't revealed it.
Oh, that's just like him. He just likes to play tricks and stuff, and maybe if I go get that special oil.
No, let me take one look at it. Let me investigate it a little more. Can you hand me that paper, Christopher?
Sorry.
Well, it never hurts to put in another pair of hands, as he just like hands it over to Jack.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Well, let's see if see invisibility works, and I'm gonna cast see invisibility on myself
Oh, interesting.
and see if that
Yeah.
works.
Yeah, that would actually work. You can see a map. And
Hey,
it
would you look at that?
indicates a location westward of the city to a very old familiar drop that you're familiar with. One of the original Dropbox locations for the previous organization that you were involved with. West about 25 miles, goes north for about 5. And yeah, it just kind of like reminds you, that's where they are, or that's where they want you to put this. This is like where they drop the earnings and try to, keep them from getting into somebody else's hands and make sure they stay within the group. So yeah, this is their drop location, and you're familiar with where it's at.
I got a few bits of good news. See
Well, that'd be great to hear.
invisibility works with
that
invisible ink. Yep.
Oh,
My hands are sticky, so I'm gonna have to wash my hands at some point. But before that, I know where this is. Exactly where, actually.
well, that's awfully convenient.
Yeah, kind of makes me think he is working with Brutus, because that's one of the drop locations.
Well, that's not good.
Nope. So, even if we did have the money to drop it off, even if that professor was there, I doubt he'd be alone. This
Well,
professor.
it seems that if I don't hold up to his demands, he's gonna hurt my steel defender, or worse yet, the airship.
Well, you can just make another one, right?
Oh, yes, if I could find floater stones, and that is a rare or a rare material to find at this moment.
Would it be possible for a lord of, say, a city with enough influence to possibly acquire?
It's different than that, Jack. You don't understand. The material that I found originally was located in the mountains of Mount Tynak, in the wonderful city of Smathphonica. Had to have adventurers mine that up for me, and that was the last of it. That's all we know of. Some would
Well-
even say it was there because of a wreckage of some sort, but
Well, even if we drop off this location, the professor might not even bring it back. Either one. He might just take the money and go. And if he does return one, I doubt it'll be the airship.
well, what are we going to do then? I suppose we need to go ahead and set about finding a way to get to this location, right?
Now, getting there's no problem. It's dealing with whoever it might be there is the issue. If we want, this is just a suggestion, well, even with or without the money, we set a drop off. Then some of us who are more stealthily inclined try to follow whoever picks it up to see where they bring it to. If we're lucky, that's where the airship is. Information relayed, or whoever happens to be there can try to take the airship. So even if we fake the money, well, we can just steal the airship and the defender back. And once we have information of where they are, we could, I don't know, set fire to it or something. So long as there's no, it's not like in a city. Distraction and take crap back.
Oh, I mean, anything's better than nothing. We have something to go on now. So annoying. My music keeps stopping on one song. Is there anything else we want to do before we kind of move on from this location? Like, Vol, you were investigating, right? Hello? Did I fall off the map?
Hello?
Hello? I hear you.
Hello.
Hello?
There you are. Vol, do you want to search?
Oh, sorry. I was kind of talking to someone at the same time. Yes, I would love the search.
Okay, make an investigation. You're looking at the chains and how they were broken.
Cool. I will do that. All right. Roll me investigation. Do it. Come on. Come on. Bam.
18. Nice, not bad. Yep, they were broken chains, alright. They've fallen directly down from about a foot of chain. Like, from about each of them, about a foot of chain that has fallen directly down. Looks like someone took some giant bow cutters and just kind of snapped the chains from that way.
So it wasn't just a one-person job.
No, you would assume not. Or at least it would have to be a very strong individual to chop these chains.
And you said there was scaffolding there as well, so it wasn't just like they pulled the chain down. They had to climb up the scaffolding to cut it off.
Basically they cut off the lower part of the chain. Like there's just like 2 feet of chain at the most at each python that's kind of like nailed into the ground.
Then the awkward question. Is the rest of the chain there, or do you think it flew off with the rest of the boat?
I mean, you look around, you don't see any further signs of chains. They probably scooted it up because if they need to nail it down somewhere, they're going to need some chains.
Okay, so recycling.
Well, basically keeping the main set of chains without undoing them originally. So there must have been something that they couldn't do right away, so they had to chop them instead of pulling the entire ship off.
Then...
Matter of fact, your investigation would reveal like a ruin on the last part of the link.
Oh, so it wouldn't have been done by strength, but possibly by magic.
More like it was magic that was keeping them from getting it. Like an arcane lock on the last link. But it was such a mediocre attempt, all they had to do was go up a link or two and chop from there.
So, in other words, there isn't someone magically inept to cast this spell on it.
That's probably true, but then again, these wards are known to disappear only for a short while if they were dispelled, but you're probably on the right course there.
Now that helps us out a little bit because then we could kind of understand who our enemy is. I'll return to the group with my findings. It's not a lot, but it's little things that can help us out there, you know?
Sheller just goes, fireball?
Not right now.
Oh,
Not right now.
Alright.
Hold, but keep that one open. You might see someone that you might want to fireball.
She looks at the coaches. Fireball?
No.
Anyway, you return inside where the others have kind of like congregated, and they're all looking over at this, with Jack looking at a map location, but we only see him staring at a blank piece of paper, or at least the blank part of the paper.
Smithersmoth, did you cast arcane locks on the chains?
Oh yes, most definitely. Wanted to make sure the ship wouldn't go off anywhere, especially on its own. So once it's arcane locked to the ground, and we were able to make sure that the chain was secured and make sure that nothing could, I probably should have done more than just one link, huh?
Probably. But the good news is, at least we know it wasn't a mage that got your ship unlocked. They had to cut through it, of some sort.
Well, that's, not good news either, though. Means whoever that is, they have to be strong.
Or smart enough to cut chains. Do you have any ways inside this area where they could have chopped it? Like they could have just grabbed it quickly to cut open your chains?
Well, he kind of like looks around at the empty manor. Seeing that my assistants are no longer around, and half my tools that I use on the airship are missing, I think they might either have them or my tools or both.
But that would explain why they have the airship to begin with. Didn't you spend time earlier, a day or so ago, trying to teach Jack how to fly this?
Oh yes, he took on to it like a natural butterfly. A little concerning now that I think about it.
Did you teach your assistants as well?
Well, yes, they helped me design the aerodynamics needed to fly the airship, so if I can't find a way to fly it, they have to help me find a way to do so they would know just as much as I do. Oh, I see where you're going with this.
So then we're not just dealing with the airship missing, we're also dealing with your Precious being hostage, as well as maybe your assistants. Or
Kidnapping.
Conspirators.
Stolen property. Yeah, they're definitely gonna hit the slammer pretty hard with that.
Professor, just for clarity's sake, how well do you trust your assistants?
About as far as I could throw him. Oh wait, I can't throw him that far though, to be honest. My trust him
Well, we can't exactly-
exclusively.
Well, we can't necessarily throw out that perhaps one of them may have helped coordinate this effort.
Had to be him. He just mutters.
Excuse me?
Oh no, I think the one that one guy that I hired, he might have been a bad apple, so it must have been him. Or it could have been her. You know what I should probably have done? I should probably have asked their names. Boy, that's a bummer that I didn't think about that. I just call them him and her, and that's the way it goes for a couple days. Usually it just turns into you there.
Looks at Jack. Now I can understand how he's your mentor.
Yeah, I just like have my like face in my hand, like professor.
So then, what was Jack's name while you were? It's like that.
You over there, of course.
Pat Jack on the back. I understand now.
You understand why I became a bandit?
A little bit, yes.
Yeah, well, at least those two knew my name.
I mean, I took time to learn it whenever I needed to sign your paperwork. Jeez, give me a break here. I'm a busy man.
You're a busy man with shoddy security.
Tomato, tomato, I don't know what we're doing here, but yes.
Let me ask you this then. This might help us narrow us down. Do you think we could be able to track those people because you had any contact or some paperwork or whatever signed them?
He looks like he's about to answer, but he keeps going quiet.
Oh my god. Just kind of puts her face on the same way as Shaq.
No, okay, to be fair, it's all missing.
You alright?
That was odd.
Gave me a heart attack! I was like, what?
No, I'm
Lad
flopping
of
like
your
a fish
chair.
over here. Bah! I haven't done any screaming yet, have I? I don't know. Good.
As you were?
No, as you were, because I'm still hearing voices in the background.
Then at least we know who's possible suspects. How about this then? Professor, if Jack catches them as a bounty, would you be willing him to help you let him fly the ship more often? At least you could trust him, he gets your bounty.
Well, I don't know if I could just do that. There's definitely other people who have exclusivity rights concerning the airship itself. I mean, I have agreements and contracts that I've already made. Oh, this is just going to put a damper on my dealings with other people already.
Then
Yeah.
it's a positive thing for him to help out.
Yeah, I mean, we can keep from telling everybody that your security is God's awful and someone could just take it. Because if we let people know that, they're not going to want to buy it.
Well, I was never going to sell it to begin with.
Well,
Although then
Now-
again, I suppose you can be too secure. And then, like, Christopher's eyes glaze over. Back to the mansion, hearing
Maybe-
the screams of howling puppies.
Aww.
And then the recent screams of people digging underneath the fence.
I recommend once we get the ship, you hire an abjuration wizard.
I think I might know of one. Maybe two. I'll give it some thought. But then again, wizards and us don't quite mix. I'm not sure if you're familiar with it, but the Arcana definitely doesn't like the research that I've been doing.
Oh, don't worry. I kind of know about that. military people don't like mages too much either, unless you're higher up, you know?
Hmm.
But then again, soldiers kind of brag about going like, oh, you had to cast spells and whatnot, but I got my sword here.
Precisely. Yes.
You know that
yes.
mentality.
Yes, I have implements of destruction all around, but do I go around just shotting everybody with it? No, I don't.
I cast sword. Verbal component, I shout. Thematic
Rah.
component, I slash. Material, sword.
I cast air! Pew, pew, pew.
At any rate, what are we doing about the situation? Are we preparing to leave now, or should I go grab some things? What's the deal?
We should try to make a plan, at least to ambush whoever's there. A plan to ambush, a plan to follow different plans for whatever may happen. They don't have to be intricate, just good enough for the time being.
The only people outside at the moment, Shella and the coaches, right?
Yeah, yeah, I
Alright,
think
I'm
so.
just checking. Yep. There's a story element that I'm wondering if Shella's gonna notice, so we'll see if it happens.
I mean, here's something I want to ask, Professor. Can
Oh,
you
yes.
even pay that bounty pretty easily, or no? Or I mean,
Huh,
like that ransom.
No, there's no way I could pay that bounty. That's a joke. I would literally have to sell my manor if I wanted to pay that bounty.
Just checking. Then, do you have any way for us to get there faster, or maybe have
You
no
know
issues?
what? I was working on this project, but no, it's currently missing. I'm sorry, I don't have a way to get out there any faster.
I see what you did there.
I know, right? Pretty good joke. Got a good sense of humor still, though. Haha.
How about you just come with us then, and then you can make sure to, like, turn off the ship so no one can steal it?
There's not technically a turn-off since floater stones are the reason that it doesn't connect with the land. Might be a way to demagnify it, but I'm still working on certain functions for this creation. But lately it's just like parking Abe's ship in the harbor. You nail it down.
I mean, we
So-
don't really need to
Oh, go ahead, go ahead,
Cool.
go ahead!
well, we just don't need to turn it off. We just need to steal it back. And I can already fly it. Whether it be by force, though if we try by force, they're bound to just take the airship and leave, and we're never going to catch it. Or sneak aboard.
Then, should we just steal it
What's
back?
the airship's maximum altitude? Or maximum resting altitude?
Oh, good question. I haven't really tested it because as soon as you get to a certain height, the oxygen gets really thin and it's really hard to breathe at that point. But then I try not to go too much farther, but I feel like I can go up a few thousand more feet than
Tiger
that.
sharks.
So, huh?
Not just Jack attempting to like get the professor like, calm down, professor, calm down. Tiger sharks. Remember.
Oh, don't worry, I've taken care of that situation. I got a new bait and switch thing that I've activated inside the engines, and it's really awesome and incredible, and you should definitely... Oh, man, I really want to see it work. Oh, no, what if they don't know how to do it? More sharks are in danger. We need to hurry.
Yeah, one of the other reasons I joined Brutus was because he gets straight to the point. There's not like 5 minutes of waiting.
I mean, I've been waiting on you to tell me if we're going or not.
Let me put it this way, Christopher. Even if I cast Fly on all of us, we're not catching it. Only way we can catch it is if it's already grounded, or we sneak aboard. So, we'll have to sneak aboard. I suppose we can come up with a plan on the way there.
The professor goes around and starts putting things into a bag. Puts it over his shoulder. All right, let's go.
Does anyone want to grab something before we go?
You better
I
not
mean, I
grab
got all my
anything. I've
stuff.
got enough stuff that's missing.
I mean, nah, I got everything. Did anyone else want to pick up anything before we go?
I similarly have everything that I should possibly need.
Let's see here. Rapier, crossbow. But... Oh, it's in here. I've got everything.
I'm
Then let's take the cart and then get going.
All right. As we're gonna get going, Vol and Professor Smithsmon, I'm gonna need some items back. New idea came up. We can talk about it on the way there.
Sit by
Alright.
me then. We could talk on the chair, and then Smoth can always just. Well, we could yell at him.
You guys kind of like make your way out of the manor, and you see Shella by the gate, and she's kind of like pressed up against a side of the gate, just kind of like looking out into the open airway there.
Shella, what are you doing over there?
Oh, I saw somebody. I walked over here, and they had these weird tattoos on their face. So I thought I'd go say hi, and then they ran away.
Which way?
That way.
I'm gonna look around to see if I see anybody.
Go ahead and make a perception. This scene has layers.
22.
With a 22. Like, you guys been in there a while, though. So, like, wherever she's referring to, there's nothing there. But you can definitely, like, see fresh traffic in that direction. Like, the streets have been vacant because it's getting late. But there's just some recent foot traffic that just kind of, like, indicates itself there. Like a splash puddle that has, like, debris spread from it.
Well, I think we have a new plan. Everyone get in the cart, head towards the west gate. I'll take the coaches and see if I can track this. I got a means to get away if things go wrong.
Puts my bat on Jack's head, just in case there's people hiding around that you couldn't see.
Squeak, 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 squeak.
Yes, he has a very low squeak. Don't mind that at all.
Squeak, squeak. More like the DM's voice is rough already because I forgot how energetic I need to be a gnome. Just a gnome in general is a problem for me. So what's the intent? What are we doing?
I'm going to get both the coaches over to me, and I'm gonna try to get Weasel Coach to try to catch up a scent.
Alright, make a perception check as a weasel.
Okay. So I just got to see what the perception is. +3.
And I will start that battle that I've been delaying on there for a while, guys.
It's an 18.
Like, you have access to the sheet, too. You can just roll the wisdom.
Oh, I
but,
do? Oh.
Yeah. But, yeah, with that, they, kind of, like, start to point in that direction with their nose and just kind of, like a pointer, just kind of, like, pointing out that it continue in that direction. They kind of, like, go ahead of you a little bit and then just kind of, like, check back with you to see if it's okay to continue leading you.
Go on, Coach. We'll be right behind you. Ape Coach. Come on, let's go.
Yep. These animals follow and pursue the scent, and then it turns down an alleyway.
Alright.
It turns down towards a hotel of sorts. A very fancy inn in the noble district.
It turns
Several
in-
townspeople are screaming as a giant ape has.
And it starts climbing the building and starts reaching in and grabs a woman and now is out on the... Anyway, no, that's not what happens. Yeah, this high-end inn or hotel that it looks to be, is it has the iconography of a goose in a golden coloration and the words golden goose underneath.
And it leads into
Yep.
the hotel?
Yeah, they stop at the front door and say whatever the scent is, it must be in there. Kind of like,
Alright, I'm gonna walk in first and just have the weasel coach follow right behind.
okay.
And
Are
I'm
you-
going
are
to
you-
look around and have the coach smell around.
As you enter in, there's this beautiful lit up lobby that has extravagant art sculptures, something that only Castle Dress could hope to achieve in her lifetime. Very fanciful statuettes of all nature, kind of like spread across this building. And they're not made out of stone per se. Some of them are outlined with like golden lines, like they actually use gold to drip around the outer lines of these statues. And there's this very fanciful stone-like desk that's before you, and a elf that's very well dressed, very well put off in his clothing, kind of like looking over at you in a disdain that you would bring an animal into this establishment. And he goes, "Sir, I beg to say you should leave your animals outside. This is not a place for pets."
I'm just gonna look down at Coach, try to pick up a scent, tell me where it goes. And I'll
I'm
look back at the
sorry, you're
cart.
going to have to take your animals and leave. I will not hear another
I'm
word
going-
of this.
I'm going to whip out the wand and point it at him. I'm tracking someone who ran in here not that long ago. Less
Make
than
it-
an hour ago, mind you.
Make an intimidation check.
I'm going to flash of genius to make it a 21.
21. I'm going to give this a +5 to this guy, so we will try to roll insight to not.
And
Be
so
scared,
Jack's glowing reputation in Shandura continues to blossom and flourish.
Indeed, it does. This guy starts to cower back into the counter. He says, "I'll call the security. Don't think I won't."
I'm a bounty hunter. The guard will be on my side. Now tell me what I want to know.
Your weasel goes further into the building.
Roll deception.
Yeah, I agree.
I'm gonna-
roll this. I mean, I'm just kind of
Roll
like going on the
deception.
fact that he's intimidated already. So like whatever he says, he's not really gonna believe it. He's just gonna let him say whatever and not. But go
no,
ahead and do it.
no,
for
that's
reason.
that's just me making a joke.
Oh, I'm all for it though. Go ahead and roll that deception. Let's see how good your
No,
lies
roll it.
are. Yeah.
That's a
I'll do it.
23.
All right, he's pretty good. He's lying pretty good. So that guy just kind of like shallows back. He says, "Oh, I'll call security on you." But your
Coach
little,
Ape.
yeah, your little weasel starts
went
going
with-
up these stairs. They go up, and then it turns, and
I'm
then it
gonna-
goes up further.
I'm going to tell Coach Ape to go in and keep the clerk there. Just watch him.
The ape comes strolling in, jumps on top of the stone table, and starts staring at the receptionist. And he's like, "Ah!"
Don't move, receptionist person. And I'm going to walk up the stairs to follow the weasel.
All right.
I
the
have
weasel-
a name tag.
Says Jerry. At any rate, you continue up these stairs, and they seem to go up a couple of flights, and then all of a sudden the weasel gets confused. Like it's doing that thing again. Like it doesn't know where to go with it. Like the scent either disappeared, or it's been intermingled with other scents, and it's driving the weasel from finding an exact location. But it stops on this floor. I would say like this is the second floor.
Okay. I'm going to pat Coach on the head and lead him into the hallway and try to get him to sniff each door to see if he can re-pick up the scent.
Make a Constitution saving throw as a weasel.
I think it's just a straight D20.
As it goes
Yeah,
through, sniffing at the doors, there's definitely one where it reeks and kind of like shies back and starts hissing at the door.
I just tell Coach, be ready. And I'm going to ready my wand. I'm just going to try to kick the door open.
Ah, that's cute. Let's get an athletics check from Jack. You bring your leg up,
There
you
we go.
drop the foot. Ka-dunk.
I pushed myself into the back wall.
You get
That's how I
thrusted
imagine
back,
it.
bouncing off the door. Yeah, yeah. All of a sudden, you hear a feminine voice from behind the door. Yes, who is it?
Open up.
You heard the man. Open the door. And this tattooed individual kind of opens the door. Black hair, short. And behind him, there's another woman with long black hair, a slit in her dress, and a tattoo going down her leg. Can we help you?
Yeah, you can. Stand there, coach.
Coach will not enter. the
Sniff him
room.
out.
No, Coach
Yeah,
refuses to go in.
Coach, if it's the guy scratched under with your left front foot, if it's the woman, the right front foot, if you can tell from here.
I don't believe pets are allowed in this establishment. Do you agree? Yes, mistress, I believe you're right. And we see her pull from her hip a object with a L shape trigger in between. We hear a soft ch-ch as she kind of like points it towards the weasel. I don't know if that pet's supposed to be in here. Perhaps it needs to be taken outside before it gets taken out.
I'm a bounty hunter, tracking down a bounty, and I'm going to whistle to try to get the attention of Ape Coach to try to get him upstairs.
A gunshot goes off. Coach Weasel disappears or drops dead. And we see the ape come up behind you after a short while, but it's going to take him a while to get up the stairs. So what do you do as she now directs the new object towards you? You know what I love about this lovely invention? I don't have to waste spell slots on it.
Smithersmon, Elesophagus. You know at least one of those names, don't you?
I know many names, but I don't know yours, and I don't think we're going to share that information with you. Now leave if you value your life.
Just above game, did Sheila say it was a guy with tattoos that
Yeah.
ran, or is it just a person? Okay.
Yeah, the person of interest is the guy, but this female is definitely the mouthpiece. It's a
Oh,
cantrip.
I'll leave. I'll leave, but he's coming with.
Oh, I think not. My subordinates are not under any direction of anyone else. This city does not control me, and it will not control us. And if you have anything to say about that, well then, I would hate to have to introduce you to further members of my establishment.
And who are you exactly? What
You
is
can
this facade?
shut. Why don't you do him a favor and shut the door? He's asking too many questions. And the man starts to shut the door.
And I'm going, if I can, I'm going to try to put myself in the door's way.
Make a dexterity check.
Dex check. Natural
Ooh.
20.
Put yourself in the way. And he goes, ma'am, he seemed very reluctant to leave. Well then.
This fella was seen running from Smithersmons after the airship was stolen. I'm quite curious why he was running. And why he's hiding.
Perhaps we could spare him his life if we share this information, then please tell him why you were scoping out the grounds of this. What was his name again? Smithers Shoemaker. The common rabble around here have such weird names. Yes, Mistress, Professor Smithersmon is what they call him. His manor would be an adequate size if we can acquire it. I was just checking the lay of the land for my mistress. You caught me.
And
Yes,
who
we
is your
have.
mistress?
Oh, that's for me to inform you whenever I feel I need to. I don't believe we need to know each other. So take your information, as it were, and leave.
You can either tell me, or
Or I
I'll
could
hit you with
shoot
my own
you.
spells.
That is very, very good. I could just shoot you and not have another worry about you.
As of right now, because of recent events, this man's a suspect, and I suppose I could believe you,
Oh, you
but
will
I'm
leave
not
us.
gonna.
I don't think you have the means to restrain us. Now, if you valued your life, you'll leave me to my business.
If I glance over, is Coach up the stairs yet?
I would say he's slowly coming up from behind you.
Let me just double check on my spells real quick.
And I might actually have to pull a couple of characters over from another game, so give me a moment too. You know what? While we're doing that, how about we take our first break and see if Jack lives to tell this tale? How about that? That'll give me time to do what I need to do, give him time to do what he needs to do, and everybody's just going to get some popcorn popped, and we're going to see what happens when we get back. So stay tuned, everybody. We are playing Stream Raiders. I am trying my best to keep it up, so help us populate that map, and let's get into this, and then we will see if Jack survives the next encounter. Hello, audience. Welcome back. We are coming back from break here. Let's get back to the big screen. Alrighty, we are ready to go, right? So, Jack. Your little ape is right around the corner, though. Like, even though this room is not full representation, you'd be in the hallway nonetheless. Like, the guy tried to shut the door, and then all of a sudden you're like, nope. And then she's like, oh, is that so? What would you like to do?
Kind of glance over at Jack, or not Jack, Coach, and just kind of like, Coach, get this man out of here. And I'm gonna step to the side and let Coach come in and try to grab the guy as he gets down over here.
Alright, give me a second here, because that's going to trigger a few things. Alright, so Jack's coach makes its way towards the door and is attempting to pull the guy out from the door so you can get in.
It's just trying to grab the guy and pull him out. Because he's
Alright,
basically just the one-on-one.
so I guess we'll make a grapple check. So go
That'd
ahead
be
and
a
roll
strength or-
strength. Yep, strength.
Okay. Oh. Poor Coach.
Slips out of the way, and I need you to roll initiative.
Oh boy. Well, at least Coach acts on my turn.
And you can as well, Twist.
Oh, did I not? I did not add my thing to them. We'll see. I'll add it there, and I'll just fix the
No problem.
9.19. There we go.
This is why we don't let people go off by themselves. But hey, let's go ahead and teach the lesson, shall we? Okay, so for right now, the ape is actively right here. The assassin takes out his blade, takes a swing at him. Gets a 15. What's the AC of an ape? And
12.
my music's not working. Come on, music. Give me music. Make a Constitution saving throw as an ape. Ooh, nice. So, I don't know if he even survives that though. How much? is
Nah,
at?
he has 19.
So
hit
even half
points.
of that poison damage still, yeah. So 14 plus 18 or 14 plus 8 becomes 22-ish or so? 20.
Mm.
Yeah, 22. And the ape falls over and dies. Blah. And then the door
Shit.
slams. And probably from the washroom or whatever, Twist, you're able to act on your turn.
Just like, here's a noise. Just like, that is weird.
Yeah.
And it starts walking out of the room.
Oh, Twist,
Just
there
like-
you are.
Is this one of the Lafouzers?
Seems somebody decided to follow our gentleman here back from his investigation of this matter we were interested in, and seems to be throwing apes at us. Can you believe these barbarians?
So, my mistress, incapacitate or decapitate?
Oh, whatever you feel. Honestly, I do not care. And this is
Very well then.
it's music. We need something. We need some kind of music here. I can't think with these. Okay, we'll put stress on if fucking fight music ain't working. I don't know what's going on today. There you go. All right, cool. So yeah, I mean, the guy goes, "You want me to open the door for you then?" Oh, you're already out there. Oh, they have like a joined bedrooms and whatnot. They can join from one room to the other. So he just walks out into the hallway. Fair enough.
So, well, with that permission, you might be annoyed by this, Star, but I'm pulling out the big guns.
I don't care.
Twister,
Like,
yeah, just snaps his fingers, and as like 10 playing cards like fly out of his pocket as he casts animate objects.
10 playing cards illuminate the air as they start marching on their own. Damn, I don't know if I have a token for those yet. Probably should have thought of that, huh?
Oh,
But you guys...
actually, I did send you a token.
Yeah, I haven't really put it in. I'll deal with it before next week. But yeah, so 10 playing cards are floating in the air. Hopefully you can roll these in a way so that we can... So, yeah, what do you want to do? That was an action
Yeah,
cast, so they're
I will-
floating.
Yeah, I will double check to make sure.
You might have a token
like-
for that already, Star, if you type in animated objects.
I mean, yeah, we could just we couldn't just pretend that they're there, and I'll just like roll.
Yeah, I do
I'm
have...
just double checking on stats here.
No, I don't have...
Oh, there we
okay,
go.
I have the spell, I just don't have the token. But we could use this animated armor for now. If it pops up.
Yeah, that's like Twist will just like wave his hand as as 5 of them fly past Jack, and the other 5
Pincer.
stick to the other side as he uses a bonus action to command them to take out the trash.
Alright, do they act on your turn, or do they have to wait a turn?
That depends, Star. Because like basically you can make this simple and just have them act like share an initiative like directly after my turn, or you can have them roll initiative as a group.
No, I'll go with after.
Because there's
your
no
turn.
specific guidelines for how to do it.
Yeah. So it'll be after your turn. And it looks like they're +8 to hit with a 1d4 +4 damage modifier.
Yeah.
So
are we just doing it based off of like just directly after my turn?
yeah, let's do that. So they start acting
Okay.
on your command. And Jack, you see these cards dancing around you. 5 of them get behind you, 5 of them in front of you. And I guess we're about to see what they do, right?
Yep. I'm just gonna go ahead and just roll 10 d20s. Oh no, actually, shit, because I put them in flanking position.
Yeah, but could they?
Because they
gain
count as
advantage
creatures.
Oh, do they? Oh, well then there you go. There you go.
Yeah, they're not considered magical objects. They're counted as creatures.
So RJ, with that, like, which character am I actually giving it to? Mega has 2 characters at the moment.
What?
I don't think you want to give him a boon at the moment. I don't think he needs it, but we'll hold on to that for a moment. So, yeah, go ahead and roll those d20s and let's smack Jack around, shall we?
Oh god. Let's see, is there? Do I? Yeah, I'll just roll some of these at a time.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so 19 to hit.
I'm going to use my reaction to shield.
That's a good reaction.
So
Oh. What does that boost your AC to in total?
22.
Okay, I'll make note of that. Okay, so that one will hit for a 24.
I'll keep track of how
That one will
many-
hit for a 25. That's a natural 20.
Jesus.
That's a 20, so that'll miss. 24, so that'll hit. That'll miss. That's a 21, so that'll miss. Yes.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a hell of a
Double
miss.
nat ones.
Yep. You got one more.
How many did I roll so far?
I got 9, so one more. There you go.
And 23.
So that one hits.
Alright, so then then I'm rolling a total of, let's see how many actually hit. 1.
Let's see here. So it's
Ooh.
+8 to hit.
Oh yeah, the
anything-
shield threw me off. Just
Yeah,
trying to
anything
count.
14. Yeah, anything 14 or higher hits. As far as like base number. See, RJ, you should have been here yesterday. You would have met the Quintess daughter known as Yin and her sidekick Twist. Unfortunately, Monday.
Alright, so I
wanted to
think
meet
that
you.
is. So it's 5 full hits and then an extra D4 from the critical.
Yeah. This is going to be hectic to run on. Yeah, we're definitely going to have to.
Well, we'll have a
make-
token set up to make this infinitely easier.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely.
So I'll first roll the D4s. So 19. And
Yeah,
then
I'm-
since 5 of them actually hit, add an extra
39.
20.
And then
So he takes 39 damage.
smack, 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 smack. Shield, smack, 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 smack. You take 39 points of card damage and paper cuts as they start smacking into you. And I think that finishes his Twist turn.
Yep.
Next on the turn order is Jack, I believe, right?
Yep.
All right, Jack, what do you want to do?
Oh boy. I'm going to use my Smith's tools to create a turret, a small one, and it's going to be a flamethrower. I'm going to have it move up onto my shoulder and aim at the cards behind me, and have it just blow the flames out.
When you say behind you, you mean the
Like-
ones that are basically blocking your exit?
Yes.
Okay,
Because I'm guessing I can't run through them.
right.
Oh no, yeah. There's,
Yeah, due to threat.
or at the very least, if you want to take opportunity attacks. I mean,
Well,
I mean, they are
I'll
tiny.
attempt them. I'll
So if
attempt
you-
the flamethrower first.
All right, so 5
Okay.
dexterity saving
That's-
throws.
all right,
Wouldn't
they
Be vulnerable because they're on their paper.
They're animated by a spell, so no. They have
Just
hit
curious.
points. I'm just saying they have hit points. They have a dexterity they can roll. 18 is a
All right, then
plus
I
3,
will.
believe.
Then I roll 5 d20s, and they have a +4 to dexterity.
Oh, plus 4. I mean, yeah, you're right. Well, good news. 3 of them fail. Bad news.
But it'll
is-
be.
4 of
They're
them
all-
They still have
fail.
enough.
Oh wait.
Yeah, 4 of them
4
fail.
fail.
The bad news is you didn't do enough damage to kill them.
Yeah, they're all still there though. So the cards get sprayed by this flame, and we see like the withering of the flames kind of like lick against it, and most of them take damage. One of them in particular just kind of like gets out the full brunt of it, and yet they still levitate there, ready to proceed with the onslaught.
I'm just gonna look at this guy and be like, shit.
Oh,
Will
I'm
you
sorry.
accept
Was that the best that you have?
Will you accept a surrender?
I believe that is the mistress's job to give mercy.
Roll a persuasion, Jack. If you want to give up, I need to hear you beg for your life.
Listen, I thought you might have been part of the group that stole an airship. I'm just doing what I can to help. Look, I didn't. I thought it would be like easy.
And
for
the
I'm
first
sorry.
thing you do would be to threaten my mistress.
I mean, technically, it was the guy with her, not her.
The cards
directly.
inch closer to your face again.
Okay. I'm sorry. I'll surrender. I'll do whatever you want. I'll work for you. How about that? I don't. I'm not even like a real bounty hunter. So, I mean, I just use an
you are
excuse
not
to get
even
into
a
places.
real bounty hunter. Did you hear that twist? She kind of like taps the gun against
Oh, I
her
do
palm.
believe they are impersonating the law. Is that not a crime?
That is
I like
very
to buy
much against-
advantage for myself. Let me just
All
buy
right, yeah,
advantage
go for
for myself. There we go. That's for
So,
me.
RJ, are you wanting to give Jack the boon instead? Like, okay, I got your advantage roll. Go for it.
Okay.
I was told if you survive this, you might be the one getting this boon, but I don't know yet.
Oh my god. Can I? I'm gonna flash genius that to try to get it as high as I
Yeah.
can to an 11. Yeah.
You do get your reaction back, so.
Listen, I'm gonna. And while I'm surrendering, I'm also gonna start pulling out like money and crap. Like I'm gonna drop the bags of holding, and I'll put my hands up and slowly just put down the wand. Surrender.
What is this? A peace offering? I don't think I understand what these barbarians are trying to ensue upon us.
Listen, I thought
I
you might
believe
be-
this one thinks you're a pauper.
What? No, I thought you were like with Tezrith. Are you not with him?
She casts telekinesis. I might as well
Okay,
go all out, right?
What is she
All of a
taking?
sudden, a grab, like some invisible hand kind of like grips around you, Jack. I believe you make a check here, right? So where is it at? Or do I make check with your spellcasting ability contested with your strength check? So you can make a strength check, and I'm gonna roll a. I'm gonna roll her. Let's see how +8 to the roll. That's what it is.
I will flash of genius that to make it a 18. Oh, thank God.
Huh? Resilient, aren't you?
Listen, I'm going after Tazreth. You know what? Hey, great idea. Smitherson's airship got stolen, and I said I'd try to get the airship, steal the airship back, but I never said I'd actually give it to him. So maybe we could meet at a place where I can give you the airship, and I know how to fly it, so I can give it to you.
You are really going for it.
Jack does not want to die.
No, he doesn't. You know what? I want the opinions of Vol and everybody who's been sitting out in the cart waiting for Jack. Like, what are your opinion on this? Like, Vol, do you even check in?
You never mentioned how long it took,
I
and more
mean,
importantly, but
he's been gone
didn't Jack
for
say to
5
just
minutes.
kind of like?
Jack
Well-
said that he would catch up with everyone at the West Gate.
That's why I'm asking Star, because 5 minutes is not enough to be like worried. How long did it take him to get there?
I mean, he.
And then how long did it
literally-
take him to get into the second standoff?
Star.
Yep.
Okay, Star, hear me out. Hear me out.
Listening.
I mean, we kind of joked about this earlier, but
Uh-huh.
like, what if just like maybe like a minute in, it's like well, nothing to worry. We just let Jack take care of it. Oh no, we're letting Jack take care of it.
Yeah, yeah.
Dorian,
Yeah, boss. What's going on? You want me to go check on him?
please, for the love of gods.
All right, fine. I'll get right on that, boss. All right. Now, where did he go? Dorian will
We'll
attempt to
roll a
fly away.
perception for Dorian and see what
Yeah,
happens.
Yeah. That'll work.
Oh god. Gotta save Jack's ass.
All right.
Gotta do that.
He yeah. Dorian sees an open door and a disheveled receptionist with a bunch of banana peels on the floor. Huh? That looks weird, boss. I'm seeing a bunch of banana peels in here. You think Jack's been through here?
Oh, damn it. It's like how far away is it?
If he's to continue in, like, he can move in 40 feet there and see the receptionist in the stairways. Like, it takes him about 40 feet to get into there to start going up the stairs. No, there's some pretty stairs here. I could go check up here if you want. I don't see him yet.
It's at do please and actually that's one thing, but I mean like how far did Dorian have to go to reach this
Yeah.
location?
So, like, this was literally maybe a block away, and then off to the right, like, took a straight right to the alleyway and then into the establishment. Because keep in mind, Professor Smithersmon, along with some of the other guilds that are here, are in a noble district region where this particular hotel is. So, it is nearby, within a block or two.
Okay. Okay, so
probably
basically what
2
I'm hearing
blocks
is dimension durable.
Yeah.
It's like turns to other. Oh no, he's causing trouble at some high-end inn, I think. Is that Dorian, what's it called?
The golden smooch. I mean, boost. Goose? Oh, that's a goose! Wow, weird iconography. Hard to look at when you're looking at it upside down.
Christopher turns to them. Quickly move to the Golden Goose. Vol, please.
Right away. Goes right by the Christopher.
Like grabs her by the shoulder and he dimension doors with Vol.
All right. Teleport down the hallway. The two of you can enter initiative at this point. And actually, everybody can enter initiative. I would say it'll take 2 rounds, unless you do like some super movement that you may or may not have to make your entrance at this point. So 2 rounds will pass beforehand, before the rest of them show up. But the rest of you, the Vol and Christopher, will be able to act now. Like, it'll take you maybe like you will have to finish climbing the rest of the stairs to get there, but you can do that in a round and still see what's going on.
I imagine that Arthur would be able to get there relatively quickly, considering
Yeah.
Rogue.
Yeah, like
but
if he
other,
uses,
but everyone else,
yeah.
it might take a hot second.
Yeah. So if he's like pushing all of his dash buttons, he's definitely going to be the first one there. Probably take him a round to get around the corner, and then on the second round, he should be able to approach the scene at max distance. Like, he'll be able to see what's going on, but everybody else will be a little further out. So that'll be the rough estimate when everybody else gets there. So everybody enter initiative, that if you're not on there already.
We're assuming
So-
Kronk's actually going to find the place? What?
I mean, we'll see if you follow Arthur.
So, are we like right there? Since I imagine it's
You're
where
in the
Dorian's looking
stairwell.
in.
You're in the stairwell. Yeah, you're literally just a floor below, because Dorian didn't go up all the stairs yet, so he doesn't know how far up to go. So you can literally climb the stairs on your turn and see the scene that's taking place. You hear the voices. You can hear Jack begging for his life as he's like,
At the mercy of playing cards.
yeah. But that ends Jack's turn. Also, Yin attempted to telekinesis him, however, unsuccessful. And at this point, like, Christopher, you appear inside and you're able to make your way in. And it will be your turn before anybody else's, since we're staying on the initiative order.
So I basically just follow the movement as is. Like if I
Mhm.
like this 25 feet is 25 feet.
Right. Yeah, for now. Like you'll reach the edge of the stairs and you can see what's going on as soon as you get up there. You can see the. I don't know. Does Coach disappear upon death, or do they remain as carcasses until the spell ends? I can't
As
remember.
far as I know, rule-wise, till dawn.
Yeah, that's the thing that I'm wondering. So there might be dead animals up here as soon as you guys get in.
Oh no, they vanish at next dawn or when reduced to 0 hit points.
All right, so they're gone.
Ah, okay.
Good, good, good. Very important to know, just in case. But yeah, Christopher makes it to the top. He can see what's going on. You do have an action if you want to use it.
What's it, Jack? What on earth have you done?
Oh, look, more friends.
To be fair, I thought it might have been Tazareth. Don't fight them. They're really strong. And they kill Coach really quick. Both of them.
Jack, are you covered in paper cuts?
I don't want to talk about it.
Oh my god!
Yeah, and like
Sorry.
as you go ahead, I will just say like this guy steps out and kind of like gets in the way of his mistress and you, kind of like taking up that space. But if you
So,
have something else
mean-
you're trying to do, go ahead.
It's like, I mean, you're. He's going to, like, look over. Lady, no harm if you would just, to please de-escalate the situation. I'm sure that we can talk this through.
Talking. That was something that we started with, but apparently somebody decided to intrude on my room, barge in like they own the place, and go around pretending to be the law. No, I think consequences need to be had. Don't you, Twist? Definitely putting Mega through the ringer tonight.
So what can I say? Attempted assault, impersonating an officer. These are our crimes.
Well, I mean, bounty hunters aren't guards. They're just guys who just collect bounties. They're like adventurers, but they don't need a guild.
At this point, Kronk will be able to advance one round unless he's got some special movement.
Nope.
All right, one round for Kronk. Arthur, I know you got some special movement, so you wish to employ that?
Yes, literally every action I can. Dash.
Mm-hmm. Bonus action dash and action dash. That'll get you like 1.5, so you need to get to 3, right? So you're at 1.5, Kronk is at 1. He's like, you pass Kronk up, and Kronk's doing his best to try to keep up, but you know, Kronk is going at Kronk pace, right? At this point, Vol, you're able to climb the stairs and see the scenario that's going on before you, and take an action if you so wish it.
I mean, the key problem is that I can't really get around the corner because you
The
moved him
thing-
there.
Well, the thing is that let's keep in mind this hallway is probably too long, like 2 squares north and south. So I'll say like if you get here, you can see what's going on and actually move left to right there if you want at this point.
So,
Yeah, those cards were surrounding Jack, so he technically could not move regardless.
no, that's kind of why I'm checking, is because, like, it's hard to visualize it, so I don't know how big the hallway was. So I don't know if I could slide past the assassin or Yinchu or something like that.
Here's your hallway. Like it goes from here to here. This is the hallway.
I don't see it. Oh, there we go.
So like I said, this here is not a full representation of what we're looking at. It's just a rough place for us to play for now. But yeah, this hallway is big enough for 2 people side by side.
Then, using 20 foot of movement, goes up, does a quick thing to Christopher, go like, so All in or no?
Oh, a
So
lady that
must be
likes to
something
gamble.
we can do.
Please, by all means, go all in. Yeah, the woman just kind of like antagonizes you.
You're actually gonna see her. It's like, if you are someone that likes to gamble, what kind of gambling are you into?
All kinds of gamble. Roulettes, blackjack. Just keep
Cards?
in mind, the house always
Drinking
wins.
contest?
I'm asking if you're good with cards because we could do a bet.
No, I have current business that needs to be taken care of before I find myself in pleasure of playing cards.
Works with me. Kinda just jumps over. Pulls out a scroll. Taps Jack.
Would.
Oh wait, no, I can't do that to other people. Never mind.
You start.
Yeah,
to
you'd
turn
have
fuzzy.
to. You would have to hand
Right,
it to him.
I missaw that. I am sorry.
Good. That saves me
Alright,
from
let me
having to
back
see
up.
if I had something else.
Yeah, let me back up. Hold on. Okay, now I gotta reread everything. Alright, plan B. Same spot, tackle her.
All right, rolling athletics.
I mean, like, she's the boss. If I could get their attention off of Jack, he has a higher chance of living?
Yes, but your chance of living goes down dramatically. But please, by all means, roll in athletics.
I will buy advantage for that one.
Well, then I'm gonna wait till you finish your roll.
Hold on. Advantage, come on. Here we go. There we go. Alright. You got it.
Get a 3. Oh.
Oh.
Oh my. That's a little hard to beat. That is really hard to beat. Seeing that even though she rolls high, you tackle her. You both go prone. These barbarians, can you believe what they have done?
Pull out a dagger and go like, keep talking and we'll slit it.
Yeah, speaking of which...
And then
I
that'll
think
be the
you'll
end of my turn.
I think you trigger a reaction from the assassin next to her.
No, I don't think so.
Oh, I think so. He stepped out, ready to action in case somebody attacks his mistress. For a 25
Plus, now
to
that you're prone.
I mean, I could shield.
Can you shield 25?
Yeah, why not?
Probably could.
And that would block it.
Alright. Twist, you know what to do! And it is Twist's turn.
Alright, switching to that character sheet.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, gods. So I do have to wonder, does Moonbeam hate life?
I guess she does. Like, I don't know what their problem is, but we'll just deal with it now and...
I mean, give a chance for her to open up. What else can I do?
Oh,
Grab
I'm
Jack and run?
I mean, the
that-
problem is there's enemies around you.
And there's about to be a few more. Because, you know, this establishment needs people to take care of people, right? So, yeah, we are on Twist's turn. So we're at initiative 11. Let's make sure we're clear on that. I think Arthur would be the first one to see new people getting involved, as a couple of guys are starting to walk up the stairs. But, Twista.
Oh, God. Okay. Yeah, just because of how...
Yeah. Arthur, just about that way.
Oh, okay, I got this. Especially because, yeah, this will actually work. Twist just like smiles a bit, and like the cards edge closer on Jack. Now, mon chéri, I do believe that this one is precious to you.
I simply just want to protect a friend. If you're willing to negotiate, I'm willing to negotiate as well. I never want violence. But she seems trigger happy. You seem a lot less, well, more willing to talk than her.
Hmm.
The jukebox not wanting to play properly is getting very annoying.
Now it's simple. We didn't want to cause problems, but she's the one telling you to cause problems. I simply want him out.
You're
Shut up.
feisty. No, I don't think that will happen.
Stuffs her
Twist,
mouth.
do a word with her. No. You gotta kill her now. Like, there's no option here. She has to die.
Jack, let me make it clear how serious I am. And he snaps his fingers again, and the assault actually continues on Jack.
Go for it.
Oh, god damn it!
And because you've already burned your reactions, you don't get shield.
What did I use my reaction on? Oh, I already used it.
I do believe we call it Flash of Genius.
Oh, that's right.
Ooh. Time to go into the windmill, my friend.
So let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. What's your base AC again?
17.
Okay, that one misses. That one misses. That one matches.
So
How many did I
it's-
just roll?
You're at 9 rolled, so that's 6 hits.
I keep stopping at 9.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm counting how many you roll.
Okay, cool.
There you go. There you go.
And oh, whoops! I rolled
Just in
only that
case.
one once. But yeah, so
Yeah.
that's
Still a hit.
so that's a total of
7?
7.
Yeah, I think that's right.
So that's you are so lucky.
Damn, right on
Yeah,
it.
That's a total of 35. Oh no, wait, no, sorry, that's I'm incorrect. That's 7 cards, so that's 28 plus 15. So that's 43.
Okay, so okay, we have
Jack
to do
is gonna
something
be
else.
yelling.
We have to do something else though. We have to see which card actually puts him down. So
Oh, that's also
alright.
true.
All right, so let's count it. Okay, so the first hit, let's see. That's 5 plus what? 4, right?
Yeah, they're
so-
4 for each
So
card.
9 and 5, that's 14. And then 14 plus 6 puts us at 20. 24, 28, 29, 34. So that one would actually do it, and then Jack's dead.
Well, shit.
Because 2 of them managed to kill you after you fall unconscious, causing 4 death fails.
Yeah, I think as the cards are going at him, Jack, last
yeah.
words are, "Oh, you stupid brit." He doesn't even get the bitch off.
Yeah, and then all of a sudden, like, one of the cards slashes your jugular, and a big old spray of blood falls out, and then Jack hits the ground. I need you to make an athletics check. Miss Strong Woman Vol.
All right.
She is strong, woman.
She is strong. Feel the grip, and this is really getting fucking annoying. I suggest you get off me if you value your life.
You already ended yours.
Checking her for bonus actions real quick.
But I'm still willing to negotiate if you let me take him now. He's not any point for you anymore.
Alright, correct me if I'm wrong. Okay, no, she didn't cast a spell, so she will sorcery point and cast polymorph on Vol.
Somatic.
You have her grappled, you don't have her pinned. Like, you have to literally paralyze her to stop her from moving.
Yeah, but if she's on the ground, I don't know if she could be able to swing her arms around either. I don't know. I'm making an argument on that.
I know you're making an argument, but rules as written says I can do that.
Oh, fine. Alright. Gotta roll wisdom.
Also, I might even have a... here, I'll help your argument. How's that?
That's what I want to see. Alright, there you go.
God damn it. Trying all the tricks in the book. Alright, so if she use... Okay, so that's her action. Or no, that's... Okay. Alright, so yeah, that's as far as she can go for now. Or wait.
All right, what level is she? Sorry.
Same as you.
Then, that should have been. Like, does she have a maxed out charisma?
Not yet.
Oh, so she only has a.
She's shy by 2.
So. Oh, okay. Then 4, 8, 9. Oh yeah, so she barely passed. Yeah.
Okay, I'm just checking other things too. Alright. So for now, nothing happens. Though I think you'll start to hear voices in your... Well, I don't know if she can even do that either, can she?
At this point, you would have used
Oh.
both your action and bonus action.
I don't need an action to do this, though. So she forms a telepathic connection with Foe and says, no, actually, never mind. We're not going to go into that. Never mind. I see something. All right, cool. So, yeah, that goes without a say. And Christopher, you see Vol looking like she's about ready to succeed saving throws, apparently. But now you got to change face and figure out what you want to do as Christopher.
So, Vol, please stop. I don't have much time before Jack.
Don't worry, I'm thinking the same thing. That's why I'm asking them. I just want it. And I'll leave them alone.
So, you said you were looking for something in town, correct?
It's hard to negotiate when Vol is on top of her.
Well, the thing is, I'm willing to get off. She's willing to negotiate.
You gotta decide.
I even made that an option from the very start. And I kept saying that too.
She doesn't like that option. She's not all for it. She wants you all dead for invading her space. As far as you could tell, she's being very pouty.
All right, at the very least. Christopher, seeing that these playing cards are very much a threat, he'll use one of his spell slots to dispel magic, the animate objects. This hurts me on the inside in several ways.
So, does Twist have access to Counterspell?
He does not.
Damn it, relying on you does not help. We're gonna have to get a Counterspeller in this party. Did not expect things to escalate, so apparently I'm gonna have to create her sister next week. Alright, so...
I mean, I'm
with that-
willing to
thinking-
negotiate still. She's the one that's angry.
Oh yeah, she doesn't want to negotiate. The only negotiation she wants is your dead body. She may not show signs of it, but that's basically what she's saying. All of a sudden we see establishment guards from the establishment start making their way up the stairs, and they're like, what's going on here? But that's about as far as it goes.
This woman murdered someone.
You say as you're on top of her, and she's like, lies!
Look at the body here, and I didn't hit her a single time. I'm holding her back since she just murdered this man right in front of us.
Here's the funny thing, though. Wow, this is an unintended consequence, but I think since Christopher just dispelled the cards, all that's really there is a bloodied corpse and a bunch of playing cards.
Mm-hmm.
Well, there is a guy that has a sword out, too. Assassin, for one.
Who is defensively trying to pull you off his mistress and trying to take swings at you for doing that. This guard goes, you need to get off of her, quick! You should not even be here. I don't know who you people are, pointing towards Christopher and Vol, but you should not be messing with her. Unhand her, now! But, you know.
So you're saying she could get away with murder?
I'm saying you need to unhand her.
I'm willing to do that if you make guarantee that she will not harm any of us anymore.
Well, that's more
Are you gonna
conversation
restrain
than
her?
allowed for that round, so I'm going to move on to the next person's turn. The assassin readies an action. Kronk, you managed to make it to step 2. You are now 1 step away from joining the scene. Arthur, you're able to join them right behind the villager, if you so wish it.
Is within 30 feet. I will pop up here. It's like, what the shit is going? Takes a pop in. Is it any faces I recognize?
I don't know. Would you even recognize? I don't think so.
I wasn't thinking. I didn't think so either. Just asked.
Yeah, because most of your known contacts are not from Tynax, so you wouldn't have any idea.
Ready to ask.
Do you do anything, or?
Debating. Shit. Yeah, hold an action for now. If somebody
Okay.
starts getting rowdy, I'm gonna stab someone.
Alright. So we come to Vol's
And
turn.
And I basically just straight up go like, are you gonna stop her? Because I'm right now trying to bring him back to life. But I can't trust her because she's gonna try to kill him again. Will you hold her down? I'm willing to get off of her right now if you're willing to get her to stop.
Roll persuasion at disadvantage.
I'm making a good point. There is an assassin right there.
Yeah, but you don't pay his check, so.
I mean, I could.
But you're not.
Alright. Here we go. You know what? To be fair, I'm also gonna buy advantage just to make that more balanced, so let's go for it. There we go. Alright. Persuasion. Bam. Nah.
And you burned your
Nah.
advantage already.
Why are you still here? Arthur?
He walks over to you and says, sure, get off her, and I'll hold her.
Insight.
Go ahead. He's telling you the truth.
And
Straight and narrow. He's on the straight and narrow. Why would a guard lie to you?
oh my god. Alright. Fine. That was my action though, wasn't it?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, are you standing up or just staying
Actually,
on
it's your
top of
movement.
this woman suggestively?
Yeah.
Well, I'm not gonna move. I'll just stand up though. Still be on top of her and go for it then, prove it.
Alright, well, we'll see if he gets a turn. Twist. Little conversation. This staff has been paid off very adequately. So feel free to do as needed.
Yeah, I figured out what he would do in this situation. He kind of like looks Vol up and down. It's like, oh, you're one of those sad souls, aren't you?
Depends who's
I bet-
asking.
I bet there's something peeking in the back of your mind. As and for Vol's reference, you are being dosed with unsettling words.
That's fair.
And
What
suddenly,
does that affect again?
huh?
Oh, I just don't know what
It
that does
affects-
again.
Oh, it affects your next saving throw.
Ah, okay.
And Vol, you suddenly hear lots of like weird whispering. He knows. I think he knows. He definitely knows. You gotta get away. Gotta get away. And I need you to make a wisdom saving throw.
Okay, let's see. Here we go. I totally failed that.
You know, just for fun, just because I get to roll it anyway.
Don't do it. Don't do it yet. You can save it for my turn, right?
No, unfortunately the wording
does it not
is
work
for
like
the
that?
next saving throw.
Ah.
That's how
okay.
that works, unfortunately.
Aw. Okay.
But
That's
it
fine.
only would have reduced if I won anyway. But okay, Vol, since you are now standing up, you have to use all of your movement to go 30 feet as you get hit by dissonant whispers.
Now, does it happen on my turn or right now? Because I think I
It
already
uses
used-
your reaction.
Which means
Problem
you'd
is,
be
both
able to use
hallways are
shield.
blocked.
I mean, the guard can be considered an ally for the moment. He hasn't done anything aggressive towards you, so you can move through his space.
And your insight sees them as an ally.
True.
Also, I'm going to roll the psychic damage as you run.
Alright. Bolt! Bolt.
So like, yeah, it's just like he knows your secret. He knows.
Alright. Bolt's just gonna be quiet and just bolt out of there.
It's
Jesus.
Mistress, I believe you are all right now.
Stands up, dusts herself off. Yes, much better. Now that that barbaric woman has left our presence. Perhaps it's time I take out the trash, and with the telekinesis she still has, it reaches around Jack, since now he's an inanimate object, and lifts him up in the air. But for now, she's just kind of like standing poised and looking towards Christopher. Is there anything else your group has left to offer in the petty demands of whatever they wish to have done to them further? Or are you guys going to take your leave as I asked this one to do before?
If you allow us to take the body, we will be more than happy to leave your presence.
All right, make a persuasion.
Come on, Christopher. I really need for this to not be bad.
I mean, oh, sorry.
Oh, I was about to roll off of the wrong character sheet. It's like I don't remember Christopher's persuasion being that high.
No,
like,
not
oh,
that
right.
one. Not that one. Not that one. All right, roll 20. I need you to behave and give us music. I need to hear tunes. I gotta.
There you are.
All right.
18.
She hovers the body towards them, and she kind of like looks towards the staff that came up the stairs. I won't press any charges for their interruption. As you know, they tried to barge into my room and make a scene. Here, take your ally. But, and just as she kind of like lets the body fall next to you, pulls off the trench coat, the hat, and drags it back over to the rest of the stuff that he has dropped over here in this location. So all of his belongings that he had in his bag, and his hat and trench coat, I will keep these as property for now.
Oh.
I know, right?
Oh, that's unfortunate.
So just above game, that includes like the weapons and the coach bag.
Oh yes, everything that you dropped on the floor and now your outer clothing. Yeah.
Oh boy. Well, the only real important thing is the coach bag that I'll have to come back for
Mm-hmm.
if I survive or am resurrected.
We're about to
I should
find
say.
out. So time is of the essence, right? So Christopher, you now have the body of Jack with you. As she kind of like slings it over there. She'll use
Like,
the rest of her movement
somewhat-
to go back. Oh, go ahead.
Somewhat carefully, Christopher is going to... I guess kind of just barely he can, like, yeah, 1, 2... Yeah, like drag his body over here, because, like, I think I can only use half movement while dragging something.
Yeah. So.
Or someone.
Oh my God! Is that a dead body? It's this guy kind of like backs up and gives you room.
Hold on. And Christopher pulls out one of his 300 goddamn gold diamonds and uses his other spell slot for the day, well, not for the short rest, to cast Revivify on Jack.
All right. Hey, you know what? Jack, roll me a d20.
Yay! D20 already. Get him the turn order. 13.
All of a sudden, Jack's eyes open up. You have 1 HP. You are weakened. And your worst nightmare has just come true as Christopher is above you, bringing you back from the dead.
Christopher, why didn't you and Vol just fucking dimension door me out?
Criticizing even on your deathbed,
Hey, Vol,
he says.
just real quick,
We were
what direction do you go while they're trying to resolve something? Because somebody's looking out the window watching you run.
Around the corner.
So do your movement. Okay.
It's not my full movement though. I could keep going.
That's up to you.
Like I could literally stop right there for 30 feet.
I'm just saying, wherever you stop is where you stop.
Could I use my dash?
I mean, can, you are frightened. Or is
That's what I'm
effect,
checking.
That effect ends after her turn, though,
Oh.
right?
Like mechanically, the reaction to move your full movement speed away is the only effect. Now,
Yeah,
if in flavor you feel like you're still frightened, then you can totally keep running.
Yeah, so, yeah, at this point, you have your senses back, is basically what we're saying.
Like basically, just you have maybe have that realization of it's like, wait, there's no way he knows, right? No, of course not. We just met.
Bull's smart enough to know not to go back in that
Oh.
direction. She'll keep running that direction. Full movement, if you want to do that.
No, that's fair. No, it just answers all the other questions. Finally, Croc, you make your way to the sea.
You do not look so well.
I kinda died.
Oh, you can, Christopher, have something in common now.
Oh no.
Thank you so much for being Croc.
Oh God! He's
At
never
which-
gonna live this down, and he didn't.
Yeah. At this point, you're restored health. However, you find yourself missing a lot of equipment. The penalties of weakness
say I
are
still-
upon you.
Would you
What's
still say I still have my breastplate?
Yeah, I'll let you have that because she.
It's not like you had time. It's not like you had time to take it off. Like it was like
No, she
medium
just-
armor, if I remember correctly, takes like 2
Yeah.
minutes, I
mean,
think, to
could've-
take off.
I probably could have just crushed it off him, though. To be honest, right? I'm not that mean though. Like I could have just had telekinesis just squeeze you like a lemon, because that's 1,000 pounds of pressure.
Oh God, that would be gross.
Just wanted to make sure I got him out of his armor. But no, okay, I will say that is the one piece that you get to keep. But she took your trench coat, she took your hat. She took all the stuff that you dropped in the bag that you were going to offer up.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to copy all my item list somewhere else just to remind myself of what was stolen.
Oh, there's an easy way to do that. You could just simply uncheck mark all the things that are missing.
I know, no, but I just want to like for ease of adding it back if I get it all back, so I'm not like asking.
Yeah, definitely
You
put it
know,
in
what?
missing treasure.
Yeah, I'll do
Oh,
that
man.
later.
Yeah, alright. But probably a good idea to leave this lovely establishment. But Arthur and Kronk, I think Arthur's next. Is there anything you want to do, Arthur, as the scene seems to be finishing up?
You please sigh and facepalm.
Mm-hmm. At which point, at this point, we're going to go ahead and clear turn order.
Actually, you know what? Just because Christopher likes him so much? Question mark.
Question mark? Indeed.
He's going to channel the power of his
Patron?
why am I suddenly forgetting the name of this item? Rod of the Pact Keeper, to restore one of his pact slots, and then he is going to go around and use that pact slot to give Jack more health with a cure wounds.
Okay. Meanwhile, outside.
Right,
in
so
the
you
carriage-
get 29 more.
So, Professor Smithersmud, when do you think they'll be back? I have no idea, young one. I wish they would hurry up. It sure is taking them a while. Hey, is that Vole I see over there? Oh, Vole! Vole, we're over here.
Bull just slowly comes back.
Hey, did you find Jack?
I found him.
Great. Where's he at?
Don't know what happened to him when I left, but he was at the inn.
Oh. Well, where's everybody else at?
Probably with Jack.
All right. Yeah, in those few moments, like the rest of you can make your way out of the inn as well and make your way back to the carriage. Oh, look, there they are now. Oh, it's about time they finally made it back. Oh, look, and Jack is missing his top hat and his coat, but, you know, I'm sure there's a reason for it.
So I think we can clear them of any crimes done today, and they are not connected to Tazarath. Oh, that really sucked.
I mean, Christopher died to a ladder once, but never any cards.
Yeah, and Vol certainly didn't help. Oh, hey, what's that? Jack's like about to be killed? Hey, let's not try to get Jack out of there. Let's just tackle the woman in charge. Yeah, they won't just secure my death. I'm gonna be pissed at her for a while. Almost as
Well,
much
it's not
as
as though I told her to do it.
Yeah, well, you can't you cast dimension door or some crap?
I
And
don't
how
think,
long was I dead?
I don't think Christopher's ever this mad when he gets killed.
Yeah, well, this is kind of my first time actually dying, so... And I had all my stuff taken.
Was a nice hat.
Yeah, oh, they got both hats now.
Oh, no.
Grunk's gonna
I just-
offer Jack some cloth for a bandana.
There
Thanks,
you go.
Gronk. I'm gonna just sadly take it and try to put it as a bandana.
If you got a list of that stuff too, I will definitely copy that somewhere so I can make sure I have that to use elsewhere.
Yeah. I'll
Because that just
Be
made
slowly
Sunday
putting it
even
on
more
the-
interesting. Jack is the first
Oh,
one to
God.
meet the Quintessa in this group. Okay, so with that being said, you do return with everybody who's been waiting for you at the carriage, and Shell like, "Whoa! Welcome back, Jack. Are you okay?"
I think I swallowed some blood.
Find yourself coughing up a little.
Actually, between our cures, about how much better is Jack looking?
I mean,
Uh,
he's better, but he's still weakened.
And I got that just
Yeah.
checking in on him.
Yeah, I think you guys topped him off pretty good. Like, you definitely probably
You should be at like
finished topping him
51
off.
or something.
Yeah, I'm at
Oh,
like
yeah.
52.
Yeah, like, I don't have that much HP, so you definitely topped him off.
Mm.
I think. Oh, no, I guess he
Yeah,
could go a
it's-
Now,
little more.
Jack, how did you get into that situation? I mean, I already know the answer, but I want to hear it from you.
Because the guy with the tattoos was scouting the place. Right? So, I went to go track him. Like you all let me do. Track
Yes, we realized that was a mistake about a minute in, but go on.
went into an inn. Weasel tracked him to the room. Knocked on the door. They opened up, saw him inside, saw the woman inside. And I told them I was a bounty hunter. That told them what was going, the airship stolen, she's a suspect. She needs to come with me. They weren't having it. Woman shot coach. Whistled for other coach to get up here. Put myself in the door, and things got a little heated. Before you got here, some guy came out of the other door and hit me with a bunch of magic playing cards, and it hurt a lot. And I tried to run. Well, I didn't try to run. I got my little turret to try to spew fire. I think it's up there. It didn't work, and I knew I wasn't gonna be able to run away, so I tried to surrender, and was offering up stuff. I offered the airship, and things were not as bad as they could have been, because they weren't immediately attacking me until you and Vol showed up and tackled her, despite the cards swirling around me. So I could blame them for my death, since they technically were the ones to do it. And as mad as myself I am for getting that situation, you know, when how would you feel if your mama Josephine was in my situation, and instead of being negotiable and saying, all right, we'll give you what you want, not without killing them, we'll give you money and pay, or we'll owe you a favor, but instead of doing that, you just punch her and then your mama dies, would you feel responsible for her death? Would you feel responsible for any of the stuff taken from her? Or would you just yell at her like, hey, what the hell? Why did you put yourself in that situation?
Well, first of all, my mother is smarter, and second, I certainly was trying to de-escalate the situation. What, Vol, where is she anyway?
Well, Vo's right there, right?
She's being quiet.
Yeah, I'm gonna assume Jack in his weakened state has not even noticed that Vol's around. And he's just kind of closing his eyes, just trying to relax. They took my stuff, and I'm kind of pissed about that. As I am, I can't do shit aside from
Did you at
punch,
least learn
kick.
exactly why they were stalking the house?
Yeah, they wanted to buy it. I mean,
I'm sorry?
it's real estate. They want to buy it. They have no. They're not with Tazrith or Professor Squatch or whatever the hell his name is. They're not with him. There's some other people. They just happen to have an interest in the manor, and they just happen to be around at the time. So, if anything, this is Shella's fault for noticing him. Way to
Wait,
go,
what?
Shella. You got me killed.
No, I just... What? That's... Hold on, I gotta roll a guilt check for Shella now.
Wait, Professor, did you know that your property was speculative?
I did not know that at all. No, why would anybody want to buy my property? I mean, I've been using it for years, and all I do is create stuff and make stuff. And I mean, I do have a lot of space there. I mean, I am just a gnome. I don't really need all that land, but at the same time, I went and paid the proper taxes and everything else to maintain it. And I don't know why anybody would want to take my land, to be quite frank with you.
I don't know. I think they want to expand their business or some crap. Like, I get the feeling they might be criminal, or just like really good merchants, considering the guys they got working for that woman.
Shella,
I
Shella
wouldn't be
falls to her.
surprised.
Sheila falls to her hands and knees and starts crying into your boots. I'm so sorry, Jack. I didn't mean to do it. It's not my fault, I swear. I just tried to make sure nobody was coming to look. I'm so sorry, Jack.
It's okay. It's okay. I'm just really, really pissed off.
I'm so sorry, Jack.
Uh, well, guaranteed we're not gonna be checking out the bandit drop-off point. I don't think you really gave us, a time limit, so we can go tomorrow. Uh, maybe I can try to find some work or come up with a better idea now that I can't do much of anything. Oh shit, they took the note. Oh, son of a... And Jack is referencing the note that Dr. Shoreborough gave him to give to Elizabeth.
Oh no.
Professor,
Yes, how can I be of assistance?
a thought occurs to me.
Mm-hmm.
Didn't you say that you lacked the funds to meet the ransom?
Oh yes, I said I'd probably have to sell my house in order to make that kind of money.
Christopher blinks at him.
Yeah, the dots have connected somewhere finally. What? He's just being abundantly absent-minded on the ideal. Oh, wait a minute. No, but it wouldn't be enough to restart the project. I would need a new place to put everything, and it just would not work out that way. I think I should be able to keep things going if that was the case. And I don't think that he just kind of like starts mumbling on his own at this point.
I mean, out of character, I know the answer
Professor,
for
may I
that.
suggest something?
Yes. What's
He is going
on
to-
your mind?
Pull out the deed to... He is going to pull out the deed. This may help a little bit. Apparently this showed up on my food one day.
Oh,
And long story short, this is in the southern...
well, that presents us with another problem, though. How the hell did we get there? I mean, you're not suggesting I sell my manor, are you?
That's... I was just presenting another solution. I see the problem now. And I'm going to shut up now.
No, it's definitely a good suggestion. I mean, if we need a new location, we'll have to find a way to make it there if that's the case, but that does present the problem of getting there. I'm so sorry, Jack.
Professor, if we get the money to get the airship back, we can use the airship to get to the place, to clear it out or whatever, and then secure a road or whatever to bring the crap from your old manor to the new one. Is anyone else like really hungry? Does death make you really hungry? I kind of want to eat something.
No, the first time that I died, I ate something, so I wasn't feeling particularly hungry.
I'm so sorry, Jack. Oh, man. Just gonna try something real quick. Yeah,
And
that
then
feels good.
Perhaps you would be able to bargain for the return of Jack's items?
I mean,
If you should
is-
perform the sale.
well, I might have to talk to Aang about this. I mean, he's the one that does most of the real estate agency stuff in this town. I'll try to get a hold of him sometime tomorrow and see if we can work something up. I guess you have a point. We should definitely take the night off.
Jack does seem It just like looks down at. I'm assuming he is just still on the ground.
Yeah, no, Jack is not even bothering to move. It's just like, I don't want to get up.
Right,
Leave me
right.
here.
Meanwhile, Shell is sobbing on your leg. I'm so sorry, Jack.
You know what, Christopher uses 2 charges of the Staff of Power, and Jack, your body is now levitating.
Like sleeping on a cloud.
No, no, he's possessed! Vo, look!
No, Shella, it's just me.
Oh, okay, Vo,
No,
never
come on.
mind. It's okay, it's just him.
Help push his body as we, I suppose, take him to his room.
Okay, I'll help. She grabs onto the belt straps and starts pulling Jack. At which point, I assume everybody
Dawn,
returns
please
to
stop
the-
snickering.
Such a hilarious scene, boss. I just couldn't. I'll go back to invisible. It's a lot funnier when I'm invisible. But at this point, I assume everybody's going back to the tavern, grabbing a room. at
Sighs
this point.
heavily.
Yeah. Oh, this is gonna be fun because guess who you have to see before you go to your room? As you float
The
Jack
bartender.
Yeah, the bartender. Yeah. I mean, nothing too troublesome, but she's definitely like looking like, what did your little troublemaker get into this time? It's all my fault. Yep,
And
about right.
Christopher just like shares a glance with her. It's like actually like communicates over message.
Mm-hmm.
No, it was definitely his fault, albeit with assistance.
She replies to your message. Well, it's sad to hear. I know he's a feisty character, always getting into trouble, but you know that's part of his charm. She sends Jack a message. How's it going, big
I'm
boy?
floating by.
Yeah. She like sends you a message, so she's doing the same thing that she just got from Christopher, but she sends you the message like, "Do you need a beer or anything?"
I need something hard, and I don't really have nothing to pay with at the moment. But I'll do work for it. Not like I can do much else after getting
Yeah,
killed and robbed.
as Shella tries to move you towards the doorway leading to the back room, a tankard hits your hands, filled to the brim with the good shit. She just kind of like winks at you and says, "It's on the house. Don't worry about it."
No hesitation, Jack just chugs that crap.
Yeah. You know what's beautiful about being weakened? You have disadvantage on saving throws, so roll that con save. Wow, it's not enough to knock
That's
you
not
out
19.
instantly. So good for you. Yeah. It goes down smooth and you just coast all the way to the room until Shella sets you into your bed and everybody else kind of like, looks after you for the moment. But you guys are more than happy to spend the night however you wish. It is about 10 in the evening now. After all that's said and done. Jack, do you want me to keep you company?
Oh,
No.
I'll do
I'm
anything to
gonna
make it up to
just
you,
try to
Jack.
rest. Do you want bring the mug to Paulina and tell her I said thanks.
Okay, Jack, I'll do it. Alright, and is anybody else doing anything? Bo, you've been awfully quiet. You doing alright?
where is Vol right now?
Yeah. Okay. Vol's just kind of like, you know, kind of like the cause of Jack's death, so she's not in a great mood.
Well, like, is she in the tavern, or is she in her room, or...
She probably would head to her room, kind of contemplating what occurred. Probably over there.
Yeah, Shella passes you in the hall, returning the tankard. Oh, hey, Vo!
Oh, Shella, I'm surprised you were able to lift that.
Oh, it's just a tankard. It's empty. I don't have to worry about it being too heavy. Plus, Jack was super light being levitated.
Wait, you mean he's... Wait, he already drank that much?
Oh, yeah.
Oh.
He really went to town on it. But you know what? That's what makes Jack Jack. What do you
Yes,
think?
but
Should I go
then
get him a...
Also
Should I get
a
him a...
functioning alcoholic.
Oh, well, I mean, you gotta function somehow, right? Shell.
Uh, just, just don't give him anything too hard afterward. We do want him to be conscious in the morning.
Oh, okay. But yeah, she goes, returns the glass.
I don't know what Kronk and Jack...
Yeah, Arthur are doing. Yeah. Kronk, Arthur, did you have any intentions?
Yeah, I don't know
of
what
the
they're
evening?
doing, but Christopher's looking for Vol.
All right, cool.
There will be sitting waiting for Vol as well, considering he did say he was going to explain something to her about a thing.
Mm-hmm.
Greens and grilled chicken.
Coming right up, Kronk. Good to see that you're doing okay. Did your friends cause you any problems? Are you doing all right?
I feel very fine, but Jack, he had a rough day.
Oh, I'm so sorry to hear that. I did see him on the way in, but looks like your friends took good care of him.
He lost his hat. He is very beside himself.
Shella comes running in, puts the tankard on the table. Oh, hey, Kronk. Well, I hope he finds his hat one day.
Good evening.
Yeah. Oh, boy, it's been a busy evening. And I gotta go apologize more to Jack, so I'll be back later. Huh, the door is locked. When did this happen? But at this point, I guess Christopher's outside Vol's door, right? Jack, let me in.
Starts knocking on it. Vol, are you in there?
You could come in.
Jack, let me in. Hear that down the hallway.
It turns the knob, opens the door. So, are you all right?
Cute! I think when you walk in, see Vol just kind of like not really laying in the bed, just kind of like sitting on the side of the bed, head down a little bit. She kind of just gives you a look and just goes, "Not really. I can't exactly be joyful when, I did a bad move."
I suppose that would not have been my first reaction, although I suppose I don't really have the musculature to even consider it, but you did what you thought was right at the moment, even if the results weren't what you hoped.
true. But even with good intentions doesn't mean I did something good, so... I'll probably
Because
have to
there is some
compensate Jack
truth-
by... Kinda got him, and it's like puts the bag of golding right below. I'll probably just give him that.
So, well, if I don't know if Smithers one will be making those negotiations, but perhaps all will be righted. I really don't know for sure.
Well... Something I can understand why you wouldn't be sure. It's not something that you could just simply forgive and forget, as some people could say it. And even if, let's say Jack was perfectly okay with everything after, it doesn't mean that I'm okay with that, since I wouldn't say that this is the first time I did a bad move and it got really bad repercussions.
But as far as I've seen, you've done nothing more than... And then just stops like... Are you talking about... before our meeting?
Well, I told you I used to be a soldier, right? I led a group of people before. Not every decision I make was great. One reason why I kind of retired. Really couldn't handle that part of it, if that makes sense. She kind of looks at you a little bit. You could kind of see her eyes are reddening a little bit from just thinking about it.
Yeah, what do you think, boss? Should I comfort the lady?
Christopher comes over and like, yeah,
Oh, okay, boss.
it
You
is
look
like,
like you got
no,
this.
no, please, it's of, no, Dorian, please, show a little sensitivity.
Where's the bat at? Like, I think him and I could get along right now. You know what? I'll go find
Oh,
him.
he's right over there.
Oh,
Oops!
perfect. He starts riding the bat.
Bat flies out.
Whee! Off they go. Jack, let me back in. Oh, whoa. Where'd that come from?
Lands on Shella.
Oh, okay. Can you guys open the door?
Let's get we stack these tokens.
I'm not gonna stack them. That'll be fine. This door, you have a way to open a door? Let me find out. But no, you guys continue. I'll proceed with shenanigans.
I mean, he does have a tail. Maybe he could try to jimmy the lock.
Yeah.
Although, actually, wait. I mean, he can also transform into a spider and just like crawl under the door,
And then open it.
transform back into an imp, and unlock the door from the other side.
Yeah, watch this little trick my master taught me, and abra spider and oh, this will be great. Jack, I made it back. I turned the tankard in and everything. By the way, I'm so sorry, Jack.
Alright, fine, Shilla. Whatever away. I'm gonna take a nap.
Okay, we're gonna watch over you. Ain't that right, guys? Yeah, we got this. Squeak, squeak.
Oh my gosh, I'm gonna die. It's a good time.
Shut door.
And Jack proceeds to get no sleep for the rest of the night.
Yeah, because Dorian and Shell are
Middle of the
playing
night,
it.
just
They're
healing
playing Old
wailing.
Maid. Yeah, no, you hear Dorian and Shella like playing Old Maid. You got any twos? No.
Someone kill me!
But Before all that, you guys have a
Nah,
moment to
nah,
finish
go
your-
fish.
Oh, okay. But Christopher and Vol can continue their conversation in peace now.
Christopher just kind of tries his best to like hold Vol.
I imagine a tiny little kid wrapping his arms around what a much he could do.
There, Vol.
Yeah, it doesn't help at all.
Right.
It's all right. It's all behind you now.
You know, I kind of was imagining I could lead like my dad. He was pretty good at doing a good job at that, you know? But no, that's not my end, if that makes sense.
For what it's worth, I don't know anything about your father, but surely your father made his own mistakes.
I
Ones
wouldn't
that
know
he-
that. But I do know that he used to run a big city. Kind of like his own property, kind of all this kind of wonderful areas. Helped run shops, helped run places. It's hard to imagine him making a mistake with so many things at hand, you know?
Well, of course it's hard to imagine if you're starting from the end of the book, but every hero and heroine has their start, right?
Pats Christopher on the back. Yeah, you're right.
Just no matter how many mistakes you do make, just simply resolve yourself to do better the next time. To honor those that came before. And you will be just like your father one day, I'm sure of it.
That's what I hope to be like. I appreciate the kind words.
Do you got any aces?
So if you'd like, I can stay for as long as you need.
Nah, I think I should head to the bar, grab some food before we go, you know? And, oh, pulls out doggy bag. Sorry, this is late.
Just blinks and
Is it crushed cheesecake at this point, or?
opens it up like, oh, from the.
Yeah.
So,
You could enjoy that with Kronk. I'll think I'll be heading to the bar, maybe to drink a little bit. Gets up from the bed. Still kind of teary-eyed, but it's kind of like she has a bit of a small smile.
As you.
And I'll
pass
definitely have to
Jack-
make it up to Jax. So it'll just be me and him talking, possibly.
All right, so you're heading to the tavern.
so yes, let's at least make your presence known so that the others can feel secure in your status.
Starts to head out.
You got any aces? Go fish. Ah, damn it. That's what you hear as you pass by Jack's room. Paulina comes
Christopher
over.
just
and-
wondering, like, wait,
Go ahead.
wasn't that door locked?
You know, I should teach Shella how to play poker. It's been a while. Goes back down.
Yeah. Paulina like leans over to you and says, "Hey, what's going on? You been doing all right? You look a little down, lass. What's going on?"
I'm good. How was Jack when I disappeared off too?
How was he? Oh, he was floating on cloud 9 last I saw him. Like he was
Let me
levit-
know in the morning if he wakes up, if I'm still down, you know. Oh, levitating?
Oh yeah, yeah. Your friend was levitating. That's why I said he was on cloud 9, just floating in the air like a cloud. You know.
I get you.
Uh huh. Now,
You know, I
can I?
feel like I need to relax a bit.
Yeah. So, what can I get you?
Pulls out her deck of pulls out her deck of cards. Might play a game with me.
Only if drinks are involved. She fills a tankard up for you, one for herself. Sure, I'm game.
Actually,
And
now that I'm
that's what
thinking
she-
about it,
Oh, go
actually now
ahead.
I'm thinking about it, Shell and Dorian playing cards right near Jack.
Yeah.
If we just consider
PTSD.
how he died.
Not the cards, not the cards. Oh, the heart of the cards. I choose you.
Jack at this point is just blankly.
He's just trying to do
If
his
you
best.
two don't stop that right now, I'm gonna throw something at you, and then Weekly just reaches for anything in reach.
Probably your boot.
Kind of obvious he's not gonna have the strength to throw anything, but he's still
Finds
gonna
it.
try.
The Bible on the bedside table.
Oh my goodness.
It's Dorian with it. He gets
Whoa, 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 whoa. The
Vanished.
holy word has no effect here, my friend. Oh, but yeah.
I'm powered by a Lumina now.
Yeah, yeah. Holy word has nothing against me. But
So, oh, Kronk. So, there's that doggy bag that was promised.
It is not in the shape of a dog, though.
So, no, it's an expression for leftovers from an earlier meal.
What do I want with dog food?
So, no, look look, see, this is a cookie.
I call it a biscuit.
Same idea. So here, try it.
What am I eating there, DM?
oh, the most delicious cookie in the world. Like, just I don't know. I'll let you decide. What is like the favorite cookie for Kronk to bite into?
Asking the hard questions. I don't know.
I know, right? That's what I do. I ask the hard questions. Like, I want to make sure we appease the appetite of said
Maybe macadamia nut cookie.
turtle, perhaps
This
with like
is-
an extra butter flavor.
A very crumbly cookie. It might need some yak's milk.
Oh, but the bartender comes like, well, I don't have yak's milk, but I do have Jack's milk. Pulls out a bottle.
Yeah, there you go.
Has it been pasteurized?
Oh, it's been set for a little while. I don't know about the pasteurization situation just yet, but you know, it's been here.
Grunk's gonna try some.
Sure, buddy. Go for it. This is Mega's doing, by the way. I think he's getting even with you.
Well, I mean, Kronk did have a hand in it.
Yeah, yeah, that's true.
I-
Fair.
No, it's just like no. I was literally only thinking about it because he said yak's milk. It's like yak's milk, Jack's milk. Oh,
It rhymes. It's perfect.
It
yeah.
is. This is 1%.
All right.
I suppose to get a body like that, you do have to have a low-fat diet. I suppose.
It would have been better with whole milk.
Well, if that's what you need, dear, I can go get some whole milk real quick. That's not a problem.
It is all right. There's not many cookies.
Oh, there's also a small cake in here.
kinds of cake.
Cheesecake for sure. There's also red velvet
Yes,
cake.
looks.
I'm just trying to think. Maybe there's a German chocolate
I
cake
think
slice in there
I will
too.
eat these together.
Delicious.
Gronk will put the velvet cake and the cheesecake together and like a sandwich.
Oh man, that has some. Oh, the diabetic in me just died. I'm sorry, guys. I gotta go. But yeah. Oh, definitely.
Christopher
sweet.
just takes a bite of the chocolate cake and his eyes sparkle. Oh, it's been so long since I've had eaten something like this.
Oh, those are from Mosho Mito, aren't they?
Remember the Danishes we had?
Yeah, Pauline is just taking notice of the doggy bag. Oh, yeah, that's right. You guys went to a party, didn't you? So, how did that go?
Kind of waves her hand back and forth. Eh.
Don't want to talk
You
about
could
it, huh?
say that the party itself was fun, but the after party not so much.
Yeah, sometimes those after parties aren't what they're meant to be. Oh, Arthur, welcome. I was just about to get a drink. How about you? What are you doing tonight?
Mulling about, trying to decide what to do.
Oh, Arthur, there should be enough cakes in there. I don't know if you were... You said you might have been at the party, but I didn't see ya. You can grab some of the doggy bag.
Half the doggy bag's already gone.
I Zombie shapeshift by you?
Wait, what?
Nothing.
Hold on, actually, wait, were you saying that because you can read lips?
Yeah, I kinda would.
Oh, you mean your disguised self thing? Yeah, no, I've seen that before. Wait, you were in there?
Yes, I was, and yes, that was a disguised self.
No, it wasn't.
I seen.
Wait.
Paulina just chimes in.
Huh? Kind of.
Oh, I'm just saying
No,
it
that
wasn't.
seems like one. I recognize.
Mm-hmm. Seems.
Going
But
to
don't
lean
seems.
on the bar?
Doesn't really seem... Oh, well, yes, can I help you? She kind of like strolls over to you as if wondering how much you're going to pay her to shut up. What can I get for
One
you?
whiskey,
Uh-huh.
and here's a tip.
Oh,
He's
indeed.
going
You know
to
what?
slap down
I
10
was-
gold.
I was mistaken. Pours the whiskey. That was a disguise kit, wasn't it? Here's your whiskey, sir. How much do you give her?
I said slaps down a tip of 10 gold.
Okay, that's good enough.
I mean, a disguised self. That's a kind of intricate spell, so I could see that working.
Right, spell. Mm-hmm. You could roll insight on her if you want, Vol.
Oh,
but-
Vol, I just can't thank you enough. You have no idea how much this means to me. As he's just taking another bite in the cake. Mother never let me have sweets more than once a year.
Well, you could call me your new sugar mama now. Wait,
Oh
did
my-
I say something
Christopher
wrong?
starts choking on a
Did I say
cake.
something wrong?
Yeah, no, you said what we needed to be said right before we end the
I
session.
thought that'd be
That's what you
funny.
did.
I'm sorry. Kind of like Vol's actually worried.
And with that, we can bring the session to an end there if you like. Any last minute conversation pieces you want to have before we close out?
With
No?
the game
Oh, you
with
wanna-
Dorian and Chella.
It's a lot of back and forth. They're not even trying. Like, they're not even... Like, they're just passing the time to the point that it's annoying for Jack because they keep trading hands and they keep rebuilding their card stacks and then they're just losing the full concept of the game. So it just continues going into a giant nightmare circle. Almost like Jack went to hell and didn't even know about it.
And sometimes Dorian accidentally throws a card in Jack's direction.
Oh, sorry about that. Flaps over there, picks it up, pulls it away from his face very gently. I'll take that away from you there, so you don't have to worry about that. All right, cool. We're cool. All right, Jill. Let's get back to it. Okay, you got any threes? You asked me that last turn. No, I don't have any threes. But if you don't have them and I don't have them, good point. Wait a minute, are you lying? No.
Bat slowly steals 3s.
Shell's like, okay, your turn. But yeah, it just continues. There's never a winner. Sometimes they forget which game they're actually playing. One of them just shouts out, "Blackjack!" And Jack's like, "What?"
Uno.
Old maid!
The
Damn.
queens have it.
Dare!
Yahtzee?
Yeah, it goes on and on like that, and Jack's just kind of like folding the pillow over his head, trying to get to sleep as we end the session there, my friends. So with that, well, I mean, story progress? Question mark? We got to meet the lovely lady Quintessa as they just arrived this very night, gathering information about the town, and yeah, that was supposed to be mostly a red herring, but thanks for falling for it all the way. I mean, I appreciate that very much. Join us next week at 7 p.m. Central Time on Mondays for more Trails to the Past from this group. Join us Wednesday at 7 p.m. Central for Curse of Strahd. Join us Fridays for Open Roleplay. If you think it would be fun to play D&D with me and some of my friends here, you're more than welcome to join us on Fridays. Most of these folks are also there with a character, and anybody's allowed to jump in, jump out of the game as needed. That starts at 5 p.m. Central on Fridays, and feel free to join the conversation early so you can get a character sheet made. That is !RP in Twitch chat to join the game, and then !Discord to join the Discord. So once you join our Discord, you'll be a part of our community, and you'll hear about all kinds of games. We also have a sub only, where if you are subscribed to our Twitch, you can link your Twitch to the Discord and join us on Sunday, 12 p.m. to 4 p.m. Central. Oh, excuse me. And play some D&D on our sub-only open roleplay. Similar to Friday, but a lot less rules, because we do have restrictions for Friday because a lot of people are playing, but Sunday is wide open. We have a lot of interesting storylines going on in the community. We also have community DMs who are hosting games at hours that we're not streaming, so there's always a chance to find a game here on our channel. We also have a charity stream in May, so between May 16th and the 22nd. We are hosting 7 one-shots throughout the week, and depending upon I was going for something here, but I kind of lost it. But anyway, our community can start signing up as players, so find a DM's time slot that would fit your time. The DM time slots are pretty much made for the DM so that it's convenient for them. So if you have time to play with that DM, you can definitely put your name down. We're not guaranteeing everybody is able to participate on the times that they want, because the DM still has priority, because some of the DMs want to run a game with the community DMing game that they have going, and some might be selective as they know who they can rely on to get a story done. I'm sure we're waiting to see how the doors go, but anyway, that'll be happening May 16th to 22nd. Look in our Looking for Players section of our Discord to find the link to the spreadsheet. Find the days you want to play on. Even my schedule for Saturday, like I have a couple reserved spots for people, but you can also fill out for my day as well. And I will be the one closing. Moomy will be the one opening, and it'll be an interesting week. We are supporting the Wounded Warrior Project this time around, so look forward to that. Last announcements. We Rise as One is a channel where I variety stream on, so if you want to come over and play video games on my days off, which is Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday, come on over to We Rise as One, and I will post that in the chat there so you can join that. Alright, and with that, my friends, say goodnight to Twitch and Facebook.
Good night.
Good night.
No. Night.
Good night, everybody.
Moomy, did you say anything? Because I didn't hear you.
Wait, did I not say anything?
You didn't say anything.
No.
I said night.
Oh, your mic didn't pick you up though. Okay, guys, we're gonna go raid somebody, so stay tuned if you want some more cookie clusters. And just like always, do you hear the calling? The chaotic calling. Stay tuned.